The East African anthem. Thank you so much, Brother Brown Kitur. You'll just pray for us as we start.
Shall we pray? Our Father in heaven, we want to thank you, Lord, again this morning for gathering us here so that we may begin our second day of our conference. We want to pray that you will bless all the participants, you will be with each one of us, and you will bless our university. For we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you so much. Let's get seated. Thank you so much for those who have come. We are starting our program for today, and I want to welcome those who are online to today's conference. We will have a time to welcome everyone, but we want to break protocol for one of our presenters who has requested that he would like to present this morning because he has a class. We all understand. And so I'd like to know whether Professor Jyoti is in.
Yes, I'm in, sir.
We want to break protocol. We want to welcome Professor Jyoti, who has requested that he presents. Then we will continue with the program the way it was written. So, Professor, if you are in, I would like you to just come and do your presentation this morning. Professor is online, so don't expect him to come here. He should be
I'm online.
online.
I'm online here. I'm online here.
I think he has even started presenting Kawino. Professor Jyoti has started his presentation online. Prof, you can continue.
Yes.
Are you able to share your screen?
Yeah. Yes. I can see my screen.
Share your screen.
Hello.
Hello.
I'll be giving a keynote address, sir, generic, encompassing
Yes.
everything. Yeah. So it's always an honor and a pleasure to be a part of the MUA, and that too an honor to be a part of the international conference series. I had attended 2 conferences. Last year, I could not go because of the pandemic and the endemic situation in India and South Asia. Well, next year, my presence is a sure shot. First and foremost, to all the delegates, to all the faculties, on behalf of you all, I would like to congratulate Professor Dr. John Cheluget as the new Vice Chancellor. a person who deserves this chair, a person who has fought his way throughout the academic world through his contributions. And today he is the Honorable Distinguished Vice Chancellor. Also, our congratulations goes to Professor Kathula. She too has earned the coveted chair. And we also pay our humble acknowledgement to Professor Washington Okeo, sir, who has set benchmarks for all of us to emulate. So, ladies and gentlemen, when we talk of this theme called leadership, innovation, sustainability, and AI, these are all interlinked. First and foremost, these are no more the buzzwords of the 21st century. These are the reality of 21st century. Leadership has to undergo a change. The leadership of yesterday is no more relevant, significant, viable today. With the incursion of AI, artificial intelligence, robotics, and many other things, even in our field, management and its tributaries and distributaries, whether it is HR, OB, agricultural marketing, supply chain management, retail management, technology management, production management, etc., etc. Innovation is now the key, the pillar. Innovation, as I had told in the conference once, which I attended, as I had told in one of the conferences in the same platform at Kisaju, what is innovation? Perspiration plus dedication leads to innovation. Perspiration plus innovation leads to perspiration plus devotion, PD, leads to I, that is innovation. Yesterday, we had a fantastic talk by Professor Dr. Sandhya on sustainability. If we have to sustain in this 21st century, irrespective of all the factors, seen, unseen, perceived, not perceived, felt, not felt, virtual or augmented, we have to adopt a new frame of leadership, a new frame of innovation, and a new form of AI. Anything that suits to our scheme of things. Because apart from all this, there is another demon, D-E-M-O-N, demon facing us, that is climate change. Because whatever we do, this climate change is nullifying it. If we go for the best of agriculture, the climate change is killing our agriculture. If we go for the best of industry, the climate is redefining our industrial management, I would say. If you are going for the best of livestock management, production management, human resource management, climate change is taking a toll. So whatever forms of leadership, innovation, sustainability, and AI, which is the main broad theme of our conference, whichever element we pick up, ladies and gentlemen, we have to have a de novo, fresh look approach. Gone are the days of yesterday. We could somehow manage. Today, we cannot somehow manage. We cannot manage somehow. We have to, at all cost, whatever be the bargain, we have to manage. Because beyond everything, beyond any innovation, beyond any discovery, beyond any technovation, that is technology, innovation, technovation, there is a human element. And this human element has to be pampered in the best of the management dressing. The human element is the prime mover behind any technology, any robotics, any artificial intelligence. Forget the hardware and the software. Beyond everything, there is a humanware. And this transition, ladies and gentlemen, will be very difficult. It is not an easy cakewalk, but it is not impossible. To make impossible to a situation of possible, it is you and I sitting at Kisaju today. We have to have our demonstrative contributions, replicable contributions. The academia talks of sustainable business models, sustainable leadership models, innovation models, AI models. Open the LinkedIn, open the Google, open the Facebook, 1,001 models are there. Which model to adopt? Are we facing the problem of plenty? Yes, we are facing the problem of plenty. Now the question is, whichever model is applicable to Kenya is not applicable to its neighboring countries. Whichever model is applicable to the beautiful continent of Africa is not applicable to the fine continent of Asia, Australia, US, or Europe. As Karl Marx had told, to each according to his needs and from each according to his ability. Whatever our beautiful country Kenya requires in the scheme of the global scenario, whatever our beautiful continent Africa requires in the universal global scenario, we have to adopt. We have to be very, very, very choosy, rationally, and with logic, with due regards to probability, uncertainty, risk, when we choose a business model or we choose a SDG model or when we choose a national goal for us. Because everything is interlinked, everything. Your ESG, your SDG, national reputation, state honor, institutional philosophy, everything is interlinked, intertwined. Now the question is, number one, leadership. Who is a leader? There are 1,000 definitions. A leader is one which separates him from the rest. And what is the trait? Vision. Today, sitting in Kisaju, listening to the conference, a student today, tomorrow going back to our work desk, will not solve any purpose, either for you and I as an individual, either for yours and mine institutional, or our respective countries. Let us all be energized in one thing. How do I assume the role of a leader? Leader is not taking a mic and shouting in front of 1,000 people audience. No, that's not leadership. The vision. Today we should sit down in the form of a panel and discuss scenario building for our beautiful country, Kenya. It has to start from the beautiful city of Nairobi, and it has to start from Popo Road with epicenter at Kisaju. The best of the brains who are sitting under one roof today, we must act, interact, and follow a DAD model. What is DAD model? In academics, it is called debate, argument, and discussion. Coming down to a synthesis. How can Kenya in general, Nairobi in particular, Kisaju or Popo Road in specific, move forward into the 21st century against all odds? VUCA, Bunny, Rupt, Tuna, Rat, whatever be the case. How can our leadership lead? How can our innovative practices innovate? How can our sustainability approaches help us to sustain? And finally, how can the artificial intelligence, which is today an in thing in our life, institution, career, and profession, how can it be best utilized? We have to pick and choose. We may fail tomorrow, doesn't matter. That's a learning lesson. Fine, this model doesn't suit us. How do we inculcate these four elements: leadership, innovation, sustainability, and AI in the gamut of things? Now, do we only frame policies? No. Policies look good on paper. Policies have to be implemented, sir. I call upon the leadership of MUA to please incorporate one and all, a phrase which I use from the chairman to the doorman, just to see that how change can be attainable, how the population, the mass in the campus can be made aware of. How can we educate them? Because conferences, fine, papers come, papers go, presenters present, presenters go, book of abstract, book of paper is published, journal is published, fine. But the thing is, how to overcome the challenges, how to implement for the betterment of the institution, betterment of the society, and betterment of the populace. Populace means the beneficiaries, you and I. I would urge distinguished Honorable Professor Chellugat sir to frame a strong policy paper within a couple of months or 3 and submit it to the political authorities that this is a governance framework that we would like to submit an approach paper, what we call, to the honorable government for implementation, so as the socio-economic and political strata of Kenya is enhanced. And the bedrock of all this is R&D innovation plus engagement of the community. Because whatever we do, whether we study commerce, business management, political science, governance, anything, finally, it boils down to sustainability and economic rapid growth and progress, for which there has to be a transformative approach. When we talk of leadership models like transaction model and other models, it should not be a routine model. It should be a transformative model from yesterday to today and today to tomorrow. Yesterday cannot be forgotten, but tomorrow can be crafted like an architect. Because the world is rapidly moving. What we learned in geography and physics that the earth rotates, now the entire world is rotating. What was present 20 minutes ago is no more relevant today. Gone, finished. Does anyone talk of COBOL, Fortran? No. Does anybody talk of floppy disks, CD drives? No. Does anyone talk of pen drives today? Some, yes. Okay, fine. But today the digital world has taken such a quantum kangaroo jump that keeping pace with this progression is indeed really difficult. Just logging on to Google doesn't mean that we are techno-savvy. We have to be techno-savvy for that technology, which today we have not seen, but in the afternoon we can dream, fructify it in the evening, test it out tomorrow morning. What is called replicability, right? Because shouting at the top of the voice that we are doing this, we are doing this, we are planning this, we are contemplating this is absolutely of no value. It is leadership comprising of the human element with all dignity under command, with all professional dignity under command, with all personal dignity under command. The leadership has to lead. As the generic definition says, leader is one who leads, and leading is always from the front, hand-holding whoever is at the back. That's leadership, because it enhances resilience. If I as a faculty fail, my dean is there. If my dean is not successful, our director is there. If our director is not successful, Honorable DVC is there. If DVC requires some aid, the Honorable VC is there. That's
Prof,
leadership.
that is great presentation. You have given us, indeed, is a lot, and I will be consulting you because we need. There's a paper which you have requested that I prepare. We present to the government on what is happening around the theme of the conference. Before you go, there's one thing you are very passionate about, Prof, and that is what we were discussing with you as about launching the neuro center, the neuro center.
Yes,
you are very passionate about neuro leadership. Maybe in 1 minute or so you can summarize, and then we take forward that particular idea, okay, so that we come up with a neuro leadership center here at MUA in Kenya, just in 1 minute or so.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, 2 years ago, we opened a Tobin Neuro Research Center with the blessings of Professor Washington Okayo and his entire team of faculty and non-faculty, teaching and non-faculty staff. In management now, the buzzword is neuromanagement, wherein the use of the 5 sense organs, eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and skin, plus the brains, they are now playing a very vital role. Whatever may be the case, in whichever model you pick up in management, whether it is HR, OB, agriculture, any gamut of management, neuro is now the in thing, because when you talk of a human element, it is nothing but how he's utilizing his brains, right? So in neuro leadership, the center which we have opened, and I'm sure the Honorable Vice Chancellor is now going to infuse life into the project. 4 months ago, we had a tie-up with one of the brain research institutes in India, wherein the Honorable ex-Vice Chancellor had come along with the present Executive Dean and others. We had an MOU. Now, two things I would like to emphasize. Number one, we are now going to test all the business models, starting from HROB and marketing, under the banner of the Neuro Management Center at the Popo campus, Kisaju campus. Today, leadership means I will not accept anybody blindly as my leader. I will study his viewpoint, I will study his psychology, I will study his brain, I will study his approach, I will study his cognitive skills, I will study his thinking approach. I will accept person X as my leader only if he fits my bill. If he has got a balanced state of mind, if he knows what is work-life leisure, I will not accept a leader who will only howl at me, shout at me, pressurize me, and pester me. Sorry, he is rejected. Secondly, coming to experimentations, if the distinguished Vice Chancellor is benevolent enough, we will come over, we'll have some experiments right in the campus center, and we'll come out with results. Joint paper publications, we have already started. This conference, I had the good fortune of having Professor John Chelugat as our lead author, and I'm sure the paper will find a place in the conference special volume journal, like Dr. Angeline is in charge. Neuro leadership, neuro management is now the in thing. Professor Chelugat, sir, please start a small, short course like the GIS Insurance Institute on the neighborhood of Popo Road, how they run short courses, starting from 3 days, 4 days, up to 1 week plus. Dr. Sandhya and I, we are humble workers in the field of neuro management in India. We have published about 40 to 45 papers in total as joint authors. We would come down to Nairobi.
Prof, I take the challenge. I take the challenge of starting a short course. I think you, Prof, and Dr. Professor Sandhya, you can be the first facilitators of the short course now. Then we float it to our students and our faculty. Then after that, we can also take over.
Sir, for all the students who are right now present in the campus, Kisaju campus, irrespective of whether they're management students or other students, please let's have 1 day lecture, 1 session lecture. Dr. Sandhya and I will come over online. Then we would like to come to you physically, sir. We would like to demonstrate how neuromarkers, eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and brain, how they are captured in the camera, how software is detecting, and finally we'll arrive what sort of a personality this boy or this girl, young boy or this girl is going to become, what he or she is thinking, what is her approach. Because Dr. Sandhya has a very strong hand in psychometrics, right? With a very rich background in academics, psychology and management. God's grace, your blessings. I have just started taking my galloping steps after baby steps, along with my co-authors, along with my co-researchers in different parts of the world. Let MUA be benefited as long as we are alive, sir.
Thank you, Prof. I think my team is listening, and I'm sure Moses Leseyo will be reaching to you so that you agree on the suitable time. We can start off that training on neuro leadership, neuro management.
Let's have a short course for additional course. Certificate course at zero cost to the students. They'll be benefited.
At zero cost. That is very good. In fact, we are happy that courtesy of you and Professor Sandhya, we are getting a short course for our students. And you say that zero cost.
Zero cost. We'll not charge anything. No.
Why don't we also include the faculty, Prof? Because I think also the faculty will also be interested.
Yes, the thing is, me and Dr. Sandhya will be taking classes from here, and any faculty who is interested, they can join us. Like Professor Juster, she has got some inclination towards neuromanagement. We spoke to her in India recently when they had visited, right? And We can. Even in a field like agricultural management, agricultural economics, which Professor Machoka and you are quite interested. Even there also we apply neuro. Like when when is the farmer going to decide when to till his land, when to sow seeds, when to water, when to add fertilizers, when to add manure, when to transplant the paddy seeds, and finally when to harvest. Everything is backed up with neuro. I have published a paper on neuro farming, sir. I'll mail it across to you, and I'm sure you'd
Yes,
like.
I am happy that one on farming, Prof. I am one of the leading farmers in Kenya, so I'm really
Right.
I'm very much interested. I think, Prof, we are really happy to have you. Sorry for the challenge you had yesterday when your time to present came, but I'm happy at least you have done very well this morning.
Perils of
So,
AI. Perils
so
of
once you
AI.
are through with your class, Prof, you can still join us. You can follow the discourse this today,
Yeah.
and
I will send
we are
you.
happy.
I'll send you an approach paper, sir. Two page approach
Mhm.
paper. Let's launch a short course for all our students. Additional course. Whenever there is a break of class, especially in the evening, we can have interactive classes, and MUA can offer them a certificate. I will also
Mhm.
rope in my institute in India. We'll give a joint certification to all the boys and girls who attend, so that tomorrow when they pass out from MUA.
By the way, Prof, I think a good idea we can employ is to have a joint class with students from India also, so that even our students, if we are teaching them through Zoom,
Yes.
they are able also to have exchange of ideas with students from India. Is that
Yeah.
possible, Prof?
Yeah, and sir, when Dr. Washington had led his team to India, we had a MOU at a place called Udupi, that PIM Institute Udupi. Now PIM has announced a conference. I'll send you the brochure. I would insist all your students, all your faculties, to write papers, either single author, joint author. Even if 10 students join hands and they write one paper, it is good, because we must, in an academics world, leave aside those who want to join industry and all that. In an academic world, we must inculcate in them the art of questioning, which is research. Research is nothing but the art of questioning. Why? Only when they have why, that attitude, they will be benefited in whichever profession they join. Even if they become a truck driver, for example, why is the engine making a sound? Why is the clutch not proper? Why is the gear not proper? Everything starts with why. So we must inculcate in them. Let them earn a BBA or MBA, doesn't matter. But along with that, we'll give them a certificate in neuro management. Because, in USA, for example, they don't offer you an appointment letter unless you submit a brain scanning certificate. They want to see whether they are hiring a horse for the next 20 years or just a donkey for the next 3 years. So everything is now neuro, everything is related. So
Excellent, Prof. I think we are ready to go forward with you, our students. The last question our students may want to know, will there be an exam after the course, Prof, for them so that they prepare themselves?
no, we will not have an exam. We'll have an interactive session, question answer. Let them learn. The purpose is to learn. We will give them a certificate of attendance or certificate of course completion. We will not have an exam, because if there is an examination, I myself will fail. Because
So
that's on
I'm
a lighter
sure.
vein. No, we will have a assimilation interaction. We
I
want to
see.
see how much they're understanding. We want to see how much they're learning. The idea is
Mhm.
not to grill them. The idea is to see that they develop a taste for neuro management.
Excellent, excellent. I think, Prof, I'm happy that is the way we are going to start operationalizing our
Yes.
Neuro Leadership Center, by starting with that course, which we are now giving to our students and also giving to our faculty, so that we pick up from there. This will be a simple certificate course. As we go forward, we advance it. I think that
And
is the way
and
to go, Prof.
and let me take this opportunity, Honorable VC sir. This year also, for your foreign trip, please choose India. I would love to host you here, sir. Please
Oh,
choose
great.
India. Please come down to the same place. We can have joint interactive seminar conference where Dr. Juster and all they
No,
have come.
we'll come to India again. We are happy, Prof. We were there recently, and our students were very happy. Our faculty who came over there were also very happy. But definitely we'll still come to India. We also invite you to visit us in Kenya. Anytime you feel coming to Kenya, you are most welcome, Prof.
Let's build up on our Indo-Kenyan friendship, sir.
Excellent, excellent.
We will.
Thank you very much. So at this juncture, I want to pass over to the master of ceremony. But once you come from your class, Prof, or you can still join us so that you can follow the discussions. Asante. Here in Kenya, we say asante sana. Thank you very much. How do you say in India?
Shukriya. Dhanyavad. Shukriya. Shukriya is a bit of Urdu. Pure Hindi is Dhanyavad. Like in Kenyan language, you say asante.
Asante.
Yeah,
that is what makes this conference international, Prof. You know, without you now talking that language, this conference might as well as been a local conference. But that perspective you are now bringing, we have participants all over the world: India, China, Japan, and quite a number of countries in Africa, even the US. So we are happy. We are still standing by the name of our conference, MUA International Research Conference. Thank you very much.
Prof, conference is fine, but at the end of the conference, there should be a union of minds and a melting of hearts, starting from academic, leading to personal.
Definitely, we will have to come up with the conference proceedings, which, of course, is going to inform how the world goes forward now from here.
Because I would request if publicity is given about our conference in www Google.
Yeah, that one we are taking care of that, Prof.
Yeah.
We are taking care of that.
The publicity team can take care of publicity. Tell all the students, faculties, upload it wherever they can, any social handle, because now is the world of advertisement, sir. Unless you cry, mother doesn't give milk. So we have to now shout out.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I back to the Master of Ceremony, Dom Kawino.
Thank you. Thank you so much, our VC and Professor Dr. Jyoti, for that discussion. It has been a healthy discussion, and I think I must tell them I want to be part of the Neuro Center as a marketing neuro specialist. So count me in, Professor. I will be there. So at this point, I would like to welcome my co-host to take just 5 minutes to recognize a few people who are here and also a few people who are online. Just 5 minutes, give us 5 minutes, we'll do that. Thank you so much. Karibu. Lucy.
Karibu.
Asante sana. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lucy Madenge. I'm the co-session chair with Mr. Tom. I'm here to take you through the introduction. Yeah, I would like to recognize our students, welcome them. Also recognize our student leaders who we have our academic secretary present with us. Maybe she can wave. Thank you. Yeah, I would also like to recognize all the faculty members present. I would like to recognize Professor Kithaye. Maybe he can just wave. Thank you. I would also like to recognize all our online participants. I don't know whether they can hear me. Maybe one of them can unmute and just say hi.
Hi.
Hi, thank you. Thank you so much. I would like also to recognize our DVC, Dr. Kathula, who is with us. Maybe you can sit online with us. Maybe quickly he can say hi, say something as we open the conference for today.
I'll be joining you shortly. I'll be coming over there, but I'm happy for the recognition. Members, welcome again to our second day. We had a very intense discussions yesterday, and I'm sure we are going to take them forward. Importantly, what is our take home? Importantly, what is going to inform policy from our discussions? Importantly, what is going to inform the industry from our discussions. Importantly, what is going to inform our scholarly works from the discussions in these 2 days. So I'm happy, I'm following closely, and I'm happy with the participations by members all over the world who have come in, members from the academia, from the industry, from the government, and even from the private sector. I'm happy with the students' participation. Our students are following closely. Those who are here in Kisaju, I am also seeing our students following online. So this is a great opportunity for convergence of intellectual minds. Thank you very much, Lucy.
Yeah, I would like to recognize and welcome our senior faculty member, Professor Okeo. Karibu sana. Yes, back to my co-chair. Asante.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that session. Why don't we clap for her? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. At this point, we are going to welcome, we want to do a recap of what we did yesterday. And I would like to welcome Moses Leseyo, just to come and do us a recap of what we did yesterday in a few minutes. Welcome, Moses Leseyo, for a recap.
Hello, good morning. I'm Glory Mokami, the Secretary Academics Management, University of Africa, taking or pursuing bachelor's degree in BCom, specializing in finance. May I take this opportunity to recognize the distinguished protocol, that is the chairman of the University Council, the chief guest, the vice chancellor, the deputy vice chancellor, our esteemed members of the University Governing Council, the staff, the university staff, the students, and our guests and the fellow members that are online. Welcome. It is my profound honor to take you through the recap of yesterday. The inaugural day of 12th International Management and Leadership Conference was nothing short of transformative. It was a day dedicated to intellectual inquiry and the powerful exchange of ideas, establishing a foundation for the critical conversations to follow. We were privileged to hear from eminent speakers who illuminated our path on the interconnected themes of the conference. Our discussions on innovation and artificial intelligence were particularly resonant. The Vice Chancellor, AI innovation ecosystem for Africa's future. She highlighted that innovation is no longer optional, but a fundamental requirement for progress, urging us to think of it not just as a grand invention, but also as a continuous process of solving everyday problems with creativity and courage. This insight compels us as students to be active participants in shaping our future, where AI serves as a catalyst for society advancement. We appreciate your insights on all that we learned yesterday, and I'd like to leave with 2 thoughts, maybe, or questions to think of. What would happen if AI surpassed human intelligence? Another question is, what skills do you need in the AI-driven future that we are going to Thank you so much.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Yeah, I think we were supposed to do the Am I audible? Yes, thank you.
Moses, I think you are not audible. You can log into a Zoom meeting so that we can proceed, Moses. Somebody can give you a laptop because the ones who are in the hall can hear. You can use a laptop while you are sorting out the connection
Okay,
to
I think I'm
log
okay.
in. No, you are okay
Thank
now.
you. Thank you. Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Moses Leseyo, and I was one of the rapporteurs yesterday and the Dean of Students at the university. So you are supposed to do recap today with one of the student leaders, Glory. So I'll pick up some of the key lessons which she had not mentioned. So let me begin by recognizing our University Governing Council members, the chief guest, the Vice Chancellor, Deputy Vice Chancellor, and all protocol observed. I welcome you to this second day. So yesterday I had a privilege to capture the key moments for day one of the conference. It was a really enriching day for learning, focused on leadership and sustainability. So we began a powerful insight on leadership, which was done by Dr. Muridhi Ndegwa. The EDKIM reminded us on how integrity and excellence are the heart of leadership. Then Professor Nick Wanjoy from JQuad showed us how we can prepare future leaders with skills they need to drive sustainability in AI era leadership noted, in ethics and human-centered approach to change. On sustainability, Professor Dr. Sadia gave an inspiring talk on how green practice can fuel economic growth right now, not as far as off goal, but as practical path forward. Our chief guest, Professor James Njia, then tied everything together. He showed us how artificial intelligence and information system are not just strengths, but tools we must use to stay competitive. Basically, what he did, he put it perfectly. An organization ignoring AI today is like a runner trying to win a marathon while wearing weights. We must move at a digital speed to thrive. We also explored education, which on how it has to adopt dynamically, as seen in the study, which was presented during the breakaway session on competency-based curriculum and digitization in Africa. The message was clear. Our progress depends on our ability to lead and innovate sustainably. From the discussions of yesterday, there were some key lessons which emerged. One was strengthen leadership training and mentoring programs to embed integrity and ethical governance across institutions in Africa. Accelerate the adoption of green and digital practices to drive sustainable economic growth. Thirdly, integrate artificial intelligence and information
Insightful presentation. I would like to move to the next presenter, who is Nolin Sande. Welcome, Nolin.
Uh, Thank you for having me today. My name is Noelin Sande, and I'll be presenting on a bit of an interesting topic.
Thank you, Noelin. Allow me to break protocol. We have John, one of our alumni. I just want to recognize your presence. Just say hi to us. Thank you. Welcome for today. Thank you so much for coming. Noelin, you can continue.
Okay. So as they put the PowerPoint live, so I'm going to speak on artificial intelligence in higher education, especially in transforming student experiences and also unlocking educational opportunities around Africa. And artificial intelligence has become a very interesting topic in the past. We can give it around the past 2 years, with everyone trying to grasp the concept of artificial intelligence. And as we are going to see, higher education currently is at a very tough crossroads, especially in education. We are currently having the younger students not preferring to come to universities rather than going to the colleges and TVETs to do the other courses. So there's an analysis on the first slide that says around in the year 2030, universities will have produced 250 million all around Africa. 250 million will be going into the job market in 2030. And the enrollment in the universities we see in over the years, it has had an increase of around 35%. So how is artificial intelligence coming to play about it? We are having the student revolution. These days, as you go to class as a faculty, you no longer have to use the traditional methods of studying because you go to class and students have all these tools at their fingertips. You're having phones coming up with AI-powered tools. It's just a matter of clicking, putting the title, and the student has everything. So how are we enabling our faculty, our students to get through this transformative period? And you're seeing there's an analysis released earlier this year, and it was saying Kenya is the third ranked country in the world that is using ChatGPT. 27% of Kenyans use ChatGPT daily. We were ranked after Korea. Japan was the first one, then Korea, then Kenya. So we are coming up with how to now adopt this aspect of artificial intelligence in our to make it more student-centered, to make it more focused on the student life in the universities. So when you go to the next slide, what is the current student experiences or crisis in the African education? We have one, the infrastructural and access barriers. Not everyone is able to get these gadgets at our fingertip. And also we are having the aspect of pedagogical challenges whereby majority of the faculty are still using the traditional methods of preparing PowerPoint, of even lecturing, and also the aspect of the student support inadequacies. Not every student receives the exact support that they need, especially when you check with the students who are living with different disabilities from audio, visual, even sight. So they don't receive the same aspects of support that they need. So how can artificial intelligence be used to transform the student learning experience? The first one, we have the AI powered solutions, whereby we have personalized pathways for students to learn. We should be using artificial intelligence basically to improve the student experience by personalizing the different learning pathways. We are seeing different universities around Africa have even gone around and adopted the AI to basically teach students in their local mother tongue, local languages. And you're seeing a university in Lagos, of Lagos has adopted Yoruba as one of their major languages, and students who come from homes that have not been speaking English over time have increased the usage and are able to understand more fully. We are also been told to increase the aspect of the intelligent tutoring systems, whereby instead of the faculty coming in and playing as a tutor from here from time to time, this system basically checks what students have done, and they're able to get confirmed pathways, and also the aspect of enhanced research capabilities. There is an example there that shows there is a university in Africa called Carleton, and they have taught their students how to use artificial intelligence basically to do literature review, because it's a matter of the student having the training, and they're able to get accurate literature reviews aspects from the different AI tools currently, and you have the different aspects that will basically transform the student learning experience. You're seeing there we have the personalized learning pathways, the intelligent tutoring systems, and also the enhanced research capabilities, and also the aspect of multilingual learning support. As countries in Africa, we also have to acknowledge we have very many languages in Africa. So the AI tools should be able to support and give multilingual learning supports. And also they should be integrated with our cultural aspects, so that it can give personalized case studies, so that our students are able to learn better. So currently in Africa, we have several tools compared to the West African part of the world. We have several tools or several aspects, especially in Kenya, of organizations that have really come up to adopt AI. And the first one we have is the aspect of Kitabu, KYTABU. It's an AI-powered solution for basically African educators and also the students, whereby the students are able to learn through the different pathways. And then we have also something called e-Elimu, whereby it gives students interactive quizzes and personalized learning. And then M Kulima, whereby it's a virtual augmented reality where it gives students practical case studies. We also have the aspect of Zizi Africa, which is an AI-powered tutoring tool. We also have the aspect of interactive story, Ubongo, which is an interactive storytelling tool that provides a solution for gamification and real-time feedback to the students. And most of these organizations that have been able to pull this aspect of AI to fully fledge and develop the tools have been backed by organizations like Bill and Melinda Gates, MasterCard, and also CNN. To the next slide. So, these are, on the next slide, you're just seeing detailed success stories from different universities. In Kenya, we identified University of Nairobi, which has used an AI chatbot to change the student support services, considering the number of students that they have in the university. So students are able to receive support all throughout the day without basically human intervention. The human acts as a supervisor. We have Makerere University in Uganda, which is basically using artificial intelligence to develop agricultural innovations so that it can solve real world problems. We also have University of Cape Town, whereby it's using AI in the aspect of medical education so that they can train their students and they're able to receive clinical practices and they're able to do it with more confidence. The other one is Cannington University, whereby they're using artificial intelligence basically to foster the aspect of building innovation mindsets around their students so that they're able to develop solutions that are centered towards Africa rather than the larger world, so that we have solutions for Africa that are centered towards our countries in Africa. And then we have different addressing the student-centered challenges and implementation barriers, which are centered towards the language, the privacy, and data control. Using artificial intelligence has really brought about the issue of the privacy and ethical considerations, whereby students are now able to use these AI tools, but they don't want it to really change them. So what are the trainings that the universities have done? What are they able to see if their exams or quizzes have been marked by AI? They want assurance that this has been marked fairly without any any issues around it, and that's why people are being trained so that they can use AI, but with the concern of human supervision. And then from there, we have the different steps of building or this different pathways so that one can adopt the various tools or the student-centered AI integration implementation, whereby it starts by basically student needs assessment and pilot programs, because you have to engage students to get really what they want from these AI tools like a chatbot, so that they can be able to assist them in every need. And also they have the aspects of integrations and also the aspect of also releasing the system. So after releasing and testing it, is it able to solve the solution, the problems that the students faced, so that we can be able to change the student experience in the university. So from there, we have now also measuring the aspect of measuring the success of the student experience. And you have the different universities that I mentioned have provided the success rate of after they have released these AI tools, these AI chatbots. How have they assisted in their universities in different aspects? So it's also listed there. So in conclusion, a student-centered vision for AI in Africa higher education will really revolutionize how we interact with our students. Will even promote how the interaction of our students, between students and faculty, the student and the university will be, and it will improve it. It will improve all the student life in general within the universities. Thank you.
Thank you. So nice. Asante sana. Thank you so much, Noeline, for that presentation on AI. I think AI is a big issue. We all need to interact with AI. At this point, I would like to recognize our VC, who has joined us physically, and I'm seeing somebody online. There's somebody online that he may need to recognize also. So our VC, karibu sana. I can see the Chancellor is online.
Thank you very much, Kawino, our Master of Ceremony. Indeed, I was following virtually, but now I'm in the whole year, and I'm happy for the discourse we had yesterday and the discourse we have started this morning. I'm here to recognize our Chancellor, who has logged in today, and I'm really delighted for him finding an opportunity from his very busy schedule to participate in this international conference. So I just want to quickly update our Chancellor on what transpired yesterday. Yesterday, our Chancellor, we had quite a number of presentations by various participants, which were quite informative. We had the remarks by Executive Director, Kenya Institute of Management, followed by the chief guest remarks by Professor James Njia, who is the chairman of our University Council. After that, we had a keynote address by Professor Nick Wanjohi, which was quite informative, Mr. Chancellor. In the afternoon, there were also more presentations by various presenters. And then after that, Mr. Chancellor, we had breakaway session, and we had forums where various discussions on various papers were presented. Both participants were streaming, some were presenting virtually, others were presenting in the hall, in the respective rooms, but we had made arrangements for them to be able to have a discourse, whether you were presenting physically or you were virtually. We made arrangements to ensure that those presentations happened simultaneously. Importantly to note is we also received presentations of papers by our international participants yesterday, and even this morning. We have also started with a presentation by one of our international participants between 8:30 and 9. And Mr. Chancellor, we are going on, and this event, we are involving our students in all the arrangements, and our students are catching up very well, facilitating some sessions, and this is part of the training we are giving to our students, Mr. Chancellor. So I want to request you, if you have an opportunity, Mr. Chancellor, just to make some remarks to the participants. I know we will be able to follow here. We have a screen here, those of us who are in this hall, but those who are following via Zoom will be able to listen to you. If that is okay, Mr. Chancellor, this is your opportunity. You unmute and then proceed and talk to us. Thank you very much.
Good morning, all. Vice Chancellor, thank you. Thank you very much for that update. I want from the outset, I want to congratulate you, the university, for being consistent in running these these international conferences. These international conferences have, for MUA, have been so quite useful to all who attend and those who follow, even later. It is not a matter that is to be taken lightly when a university can mount conferences year after year and attract international participation, and also get, as I was listening to that last paper, is well researched, and I'm sure all the others have been well researched. So I want to thank you and the participants and those who are making, who are reading papers. I want to really, say is a great thing, and I would have loved to be with you in situ, but other responsibilities have made me stay in the office as I wait for instructions from my clients. I want to thank you, and thank you very much. And I'm sure this topic, the last topic about artificial intelligence, is being taken seriously the way it should, because this is not something that is just going to pass away. It's not a passing cloud. It's going to be with us. And we better learn and understand and appropriate its great advantages, and also examine whether those characteristics, whether they can be misused and cause, people start wondering whether we are people or objects that have been energized scientifically. So thank you very much. Just continue, and I will continue listening. Thank you very much once again.
Let's give another clap for our Chancellor. Thank you so much, our Chancellor. There's somebody else who I want to recognize, and I'm told she is watching us on YouTube. Our council member, Mary Kamau, is online on YouTube. We recognize you and we appreciate your support for the university. With that, I would like to welcome Mercy to take us to the next level.
Thank you so much. So far, so good. I think we are moving on well. Yes, I take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Evans to take us through a short icebreaker as we proceed with the other sessions.
We can be up on our feet just a minute so that we are happy also about this day. DJ. So you can just check if you have somebody behind you, give them a high five. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hey, Dr. Justa, so many people at her back. Yeah, thank you very much. DJ, just a small exercise to give us memory of this day. The table at the front has already guided me. So get in fives. Get yourself in a group of 5. Just where you are, don't go very far. The 5 of you. Hey, kuelewa 5 imekuwa ngumu. Are you 5 already? So have a small discussion. Check who has a camera. Kuna watu wako na simu na wengine wako na camera. So check who has a camera. In Phoenix, you are locked out. Just check who has a camera, then take one very good selfie. A very good selfie. Selfie moja kali sana. There are people already discussing that mine is better than yours. Yeah, just take a good selfie for the group. No, I'll join this group. Who has a camera? No, you must have a camera. Say 1 minute, 1 minute. Let us take the selfies. Take the selfie. Wow, good, good, good. Wonderful. Thank you very much. So let us keep posting. Hashtag MUA International Conference. Let us keep posting. We can get back to our positions, please. We can get back to our positions. We are checking it online. We are checking. Just post online in our MUA pages so that they are able to know that we are here. Yeah, thank you very much. So that was just a small exercise. Online team, I don't know whether online team can get me. If the host can allow them just to allow their videos also to take some screenshots that they are also here with us. Can I see the online team?
They're here.
We are here.
Just put on your videos. We want to see your videos.
Yes, we are here.
Wow, thank you. Somebody to pin them so that they take the good selfies and they also post, just to make the world know that MUA International Conference is here, done both virtually and physically. Thank you. Back to you, MC.
Thank you, Evans. I don't know whether those who are online also stood and made groups of 5. But I think they did. At least that was a good health break. We are going to our next presenter, and this is going to be a panel discussion, and our moderators are actually online. Mark Angwenyi, I hope you are there. And then the panelists would be Leah Sang and Wilson Lecomet. Leah, I'm told, is not in, so the two will do the panel discussion. Those who are present physically here, we will follow, and then we will have time to ask questions and also to participate in the discussion. So at this time, I would like to welcome Mark Angwenyi, just to take it up and lead us on the panel discussion that we have. I welcome those who are online. Let us all participate, and those who are here physically, let us participate in this discussion. Karibu sana, Mark.
Good morning, team. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, good morning.
Yes, we are hearing you. Okay, there's a bit of echo when I speak from my end. My name is Mark Angwenyi. I'm a County Director of Environment, currently working in Kajiado County with the National Environment Management Authority, and I'm pleased to host Kisaju as a campus in our county. We're here to have a discussion on matters sustainability, sustainable water, sanitation, and environmental management. The team will have 2 panelists, myself and Mr. Wilson Lecomet. I wish to invite Wilson Lecomet to make his introduction.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning to you too.
Yeah, I hope I'm audible enough. My name is Wilson. My name is Wilson Maili Lecomet. Actually, I'm more of a consultant, a trainer. I mean, who does my things, I mean, on my own at the moment. I have diverse knowledge and experience in engineering, water resources, engineering and management, cutting across for close to over 30 years in the field and all that. I'm also a certified project planning and management professional. I've worked actually across the world in development cooperation as a technical advisor in the government of Kenya many years ago as a research officer in the Ministry of Water Development, and actually as a coordinator for several regional programs cutting across many districts, I mean, in the country, Machakos, Makueni, Kajiado, Baringo, yeah, but many years ago and all that. So my niche is normally in water. Actually, I'm more of a water expert, environment, natural resources, a little bit of climate change. I've done many programs in water. I've done also a lot of programs internationally and regionally in Uganda, like the Wetland Sector Strategic Plan Support Project. So actually, that is what I can be able to say. Currently, I'm a PhD student. Having been in the field and having been a manager, having been a leader, I've been a technical advisor of development cooperation and even the UN bodies. I started actually a regional center for groundwater here in Kenya some years back, but under the UNESCO category 2 and all that. But what I'm currently, undertaking is actually I'm undertaking my PhD, in MUA in relation to strategic management. What I want to look at is, in my diverse experience, in the field, I've seen that stakeholders are very critical. We need to involve them. We need to make sure that they're involved in that, and for us to be able to manage our water systems in a way that is sustainable, in a way that will be able to benefit us and all that. This entails policy, this entails governance. Actually, I have a lot of training also on policy and at the KESLAP School of Law here in the University of Nairobi and all that. So basically, that is the diversity that I can be able to share with you as Mr. Lecomet and all that. I happen to come from an arid...
Wilson?
Yes?
Wilson, please let me take it up.
Okay.
So, Tim, you realize that we have an expert and a practitioner in this particular space in water management and water issues. And I would like to ask Mr. Wilson to quickly just give a comment on how we can govern the water resource better in this country. Wilson, how can we manage and govern the water resource better in this country? Just take about 3 minutes.
Okay. Actually, water is a scarce country. We have a lot of challenges, in relation to the availability of water, in relation to how we manage water, in relation to how we govern water. In what is called integrated water resources management, which is something that was discussed by the international expert in Dublin in 1992. There's a concept of what is called Dublin principles on how you can be able to govern water and to manage water in an appropriate way. Some of the key principles that we look is that we need to understand that water is scarce, it's not available, it is vulnerable. So we need to protect it. Who will protect it? We do not say that it is only the government that can do it. The stakeholders, the users, each and individual person, who is using that water and who has access to that water and who needs that water should be able to play it. So that's one principle. The issue of scarcity, vulnerability, the fact that it is scarce and it is finite. Of course, it is not something that is infinite. The second principle is that we need to use participatory approach. That's why I want to look at a strategic way we can be able to involve the stakeholders so that they can participate. So that any decision we make when we are governing water, when we are managing water, every Tom, Dick, and Harry, be it a poor person, be it a president, be it a king, be it a rich person, be it a disabled person, be it a lady, be it a what is involved and all that. The other principle is that normally we know there are critical people who handle the issues of water management and all this and that. And in our world today, we look at things more in a paternalistic way and all that. We need to recognize the role of women, the role of the female, in management of water, because they're the ones that who know actually where the problem is and all that. In our management committees, in our governance, in all that, let's incorporate them so that they help us in making critical decisions, informed decisions, and critical that will help us to be able to address the issues of all that and all that. So those are the four critical principles, in integrated water resources management, which we need to look at and to be able to. The other thing is that we need to know that, the fourth one I didn't mention, we need to know that water is a socio-economic good. What do I mean by socio-economic? It has a value. You do not get water for free. Some of us believe that water comes from God or from heaven when it rains and all this and that. For you to be able to get that water, you need the storage, you need the distribution, you need to be able to have the infrastructure, you need to be able to manage it, you need to be able to govern it. That is the nitty-gritty that we need to look at. And actually, that is one of the areas of my expertise that I used to train, in different areas, in different water institutions that I've been across and all that. So those are the four principles that are very critical when it comes to governance and all that. And when we are talking of governance and all that, we need to know that everybody needs water. Water is life. There's no way you can do anything. Even the shirt you are wearing, even the shoes you are having, even what the air you are bringing, there is a role that water plays. That is why you have the issue of talking of water is life. Without water, there is no life. There is nothing and all that. So maybe that is what I can say. It may be too wide, it may be too deep, and advanced and all that, but those are the principles that we can be able to rotate within.
Thank you.
Of course, the other thing is that water cuts across many areas. There's environment, there's health. There's literally no sector in this world that we can be able to handle separately from water and all that. So we need to look at water in a way that is integrated water resources management. That is the actual meaning of integrated water resources management. So when I talk of water, I look at health. When I talk of water, I look at agriculture. When I talk of health, I look at industry. When I talk of health, I talk of education and all that. Thank you.
Wilson, thank you for that. Kindly give a comment on water quality and what you think that as practitioners or as government we need to do to improve our water quality.
Yeah, you remember in one of the principles in IWF, the ones I've just talked there for. I talked of water being scarce, water being vulnerable, water being finite. For us there are two critical important things that we need to know as human being or as any living, because everything has a right for water, be it the fauna, be it water and all that. There are two things, two Qs. The Q is the enough quantity of water. The second Q is the quality, the issue of water quality. As a water person or as a water professional, anything, and it cuts across the policies, the water policies that we have, the National Water Policy 2021, we have the Water Act 2016. The bottom line is, however 1,000 pages are written and all this and that, the bottom line is to ensure that we have enough quantity and good quality for what the need is and all that. So issues of water quality, who brings the water quality? It's actually anthropogenic effect, what we do ourselves and all that. We pollute our water through the fertilizers from agriculture. We pollute our water through the industry. We pollute our water through our day natural life. The way the dogs do and they do this. Some of us do that. We pollute our water and of course misuse it in all. So actually it is captured in the first principles of IWRM, which I mentioned as a first thing in all that. So let's look at it, because the bottom line of the Water Act 2016 is that every human being here in Kenya has a right to have enough quantity of water, which is good quality. Quantity alone is meaningless. You'll have a lot, but it may lead to poor health, it may lead to many other things if the quality is compromised. There are many ways we can be able to improve our quality. Of course, those ones are more detailed, scientific details, and maybe we'll need another forum to be able to discuss that, because Actually, if I start, I may take a whole year talking. Thank you. Maybe another thing I can add is when you talk of water and all that, you look at it looking at the diverse livelihoods, that we have. I happen to come from an arid and semi-arid land. So many of you, if you know Isiolo, past Isiolo, there's a place called Natchez Post on the borders of Samburu East and all that. It's a very dry area. There's a lot of conflict in relation to livelihood when it comes to water. We have a lot of ways and means of being able to improve it, including even the way we are trying to conserve it, the way we are trying to protect it, and the way we are trying to make sure that to make sure that we have enough water for ourselves, for our livestock, and for our wildlife also, because wildlife are also very critical. They generate a lot of income for us and all that. So that is the beauty of looking at it and in a whole picture and seeing the economics be
Wilson?
behind. Yeah, sure.
Kindly comment on what participants or stakeholders can do to ensure that we have water quality.
I'm very happy for that question, because I told you already in my strategic management, or training that I want to undertake now, I want to look at it at the strategic level. And what is my major area of interest? Stakeholder involvement. Who are actually involved in the pollution of water? Who affects the water? Who can be able to make sure that the water is taken care of? It's actually the stakeholders, the different stakeholders, the users, the technical experts, the no more today child, the no more today, person who is handling that water or who is coming in that water by a mere fact of using it, by a mere fact of, needing it and controlling it and all that. So how do we look at it in a big picture and all that? Because actually we are the cause of the pollution. We can prevent it. Of course, it is a need, because we need clean water for us to be able to survive and all that. Maybe I'm talking using a little bit of an advanced and detailed language, which has a lot of meaning inside it and all that. But that is the general picture that you can be able to look at it. So all of us have a role to play, in protecting our water, in ensuring that our water is quality. And how do we do it? By looking at how we handle our environment, cutting trees, no water. The pollution from the different things that we're doing, like agriculture, livestock, and all this and that. We need to manage it. We need to be able to control it. We need to be able to get organized and to be able to recognize that. One of the major gaps that is there now is the issue of governance. When you look at the government and all this, there is the issue of the talk of participation. It's actually not well understood what participation is. We actually do it in a superficial way, just telling people this and this, and you're saying they are participating. Of course, we need to involve them so that they have the ownership. They really understand their importance on what they can be able to do to be able to manage that and all that. So there's a lot of research, that can be done to this, and maybe with my exposure, in different world, because I've worked across Africa, in Latin America, in a little bit of Asia and all that, and I can be able to share and maybe to guide that and show that. And of course, having a background of a water person, because I was trained in Free University of Brussels back close to 27 years. The funny thing is, when you come to places, there are gaps, in terms of filling and trying to understand who really understands the concept. And people want shortcuts. People want ways that are not very, very organized and all that. That's where we have the issue of governance, in relation to how we manage our resources and all that. Thank you. You are
kindly give a comment on the challenge we have with the climate change and the water availability. What are your thoughts around that, and what can we do?
Of course, there's a lot of challenge, that we are experiencing in climate, in relation to climate change and what is happening now in water management and all, conservation and all this and that. Forgetting about the science, the CO2, the green gas effect and all this and that. when you look at climate change, what are the effects? Of course, you experience droughts. You experience what happens when there are droughts? Our livestock we don't have them. We don't have a livelihood. Somebody like me, I paid school fees from my nursery school to the universities, to the masters and all that, through the cattle that I mean, from my family, from my father and from my siblings and sisters and all that. There will be no livelihood. I mean, if we don't take care of climate and all that. What does it involve? It involves the environment. It involves not cutting the trees because I mean we will not have rain and all that. I will not have clean water because the trees also, the ground and the way they're affected by the environment causes pollution. So there is a lot of pollution in water in relation to climate, related to climate change. There is a lot of scarcity. Of course, issues like the extremes. You know, when it comes to water, the extremes are not good. You need to be able to, too much, a lot of flooding. Like you hear in Nyando, a lady at times calling Serikali idea when there's a lot of flood and this and that. It's all because of the way the climate change, also the destruction of the vegetation. And you know, our natural system, the way it has been, from long time, there has been a natural way of cleansing itself and ensuring that things move the way they are. But when we come and create artificial constructions, I mean, we affect how our ground will, let's say, absorb the water, control its flow, sieve it, I mean, from pollution and all this and that. So actually it cuts across, and I mean, it's a whole area that a lot can be touched and can be discussed and all that.
So Wilson,
yes,
as we think about climate change, its impact on water availability, water quality, you realize that we
actually
typically have a
agriculture, even
challenge.
or environment and all that.
Yeah, we have a challenge with disease burden,
Yes.
mainly water related.
Yes.
What can we do and put a focus on sanitation? What can we do to improve the situation?
Because there are many things that we can do. First of all, we can start by identifying the root causes of the problem in a particular area, because they are different areas. There are different geographical locations. There are different environments. There are different sources of those contamination. But the approach is we look at it in an integrated approach of how we look at our natural ecosystems. I mean, of course, ecosystems include environment, water, issues to do with the health, the way the sanitation, the wash aspect, and all that. So that is you look at it, the whole approach and all that. That when you look at Wilson Lecomet and all that, you don't look at Wilson in the head alone and all that. Look at the ears, look at the legs, look at the stomach, look at the hands, look at I mean, how you can be able to interconnect that and how this contributes to this, because that is how you can be able to look at it. And that is what the concept of, I mean, that I can link to integrated water resources management or integrated environmental management, looking at it as a whole and looking at it as an integrated way and all this and that. And all these things, they have to do with the climate. They affect the climate. Of course, the climate affects them also in one way or another. So it is an internship, give and take and all that. But of course, the scientific details is there. There's a lot we can be able to do. So we can do prevention, we can do control, we can do management, we can do, I mean, the issue of looking at governance, I mean, to ensure, I mean, all this, and that all of us are involved. We do it in a participatory way. That is why in one of the principles, I said that the people who interact with water a lot, the environment and all that, are the women. And actually, that is a principle that was passed, and I'm sure all of you may have heard of it, in 1992 in a place called Dublin and all that. They created, and that is the approach that we are looking. But of course, the knowledge may be there and all that, but the practicality on how we're using it is not practical. Like, for example, how is the government involving the stakeholders, the different kind of stakeholders? How is it engaging them? How is it, I mean, trying to bring them into the discussion of how we can be able to look at how we can control the pollution of water, the scarcity of water? Because actually scarcity can be in form of not being available, being very fast. It can be in form of space. It can be in form of time. It can be in form of, I mean, the interaction and the way we can be able to share it as brothers and sisters and all that. Eh? And let me tell you, there's no king, there's no president, there's no superior. Everybody has a right to water. The crippled, the weak, the whatever, and they have the same right that the president and all the others have and all that. So let's look at it in that way and in a whole way and all that. Eh?
So
Of course,
Wilson,
there's the issue of conservation when you relate it to our livelihoods. There's the issue of agriculture. There is so it cuts across and all that. Eh? Those are that is where the party. That's where we have the delicacies that we will need to be able to manipulate, and we will all be certified and eating it very well and all that. Thank you.
Wilson, you have mentioned the word conservation.
Yes.
Do you think we've done enough to protect our wetlands, our water sources, our water points? Do you think we've done enough to protect them?
Thank you very much. Now, I bring you the experience I had. I mean, I was a wetland sector strategic support program technical advisor for the Belgian Technical Cooperation for around 8 years in the region, actually in Kampala. I headed a conference which we did in South Korea in 2008 when there was the election of President Obama and all that. I was in Korea at that time handling an international conference. Actually, it was COP9 in 2008 and all that in relation to wetlands. What were we doing? In Uganda, there are many wetlands. Of course, Uganda was the lead at that particular time, and I happened to have been the technical advisor for that program from the partners, the Belgian government, the Belgian Technical Cooperation, and all that. What is it? I mean, look at the way the wetlands help us in reducing pollution. Look at the livelihoods that the communities around the wetlands, let's say in Uganda, were doing, because they were planting rice, they were doing the activities and all that, destroying the wetlands and forgetting the services that the wetlands give us and all this and that. What were we trying to do? We are trying to introduce some alternative livelihoods for those communities so that they don't come and plant the rice and do the irrigation, use the chemicals on the wetlands because we'll use it and all that. What were we doing in relation to that? There was a study that actually was involved, and it cuts across the world and all that, involving using remote sensing and looking at the changes that have happened in the wetlands, in the environment. I mean, from like 180 years ago to the time that that was there between 2003 and 2009 and all that. Seeing the changes, what were the causes of the changes? I mean, how can we be able to manage them, and how can we be able to look at them? So the solutions are with us. The solutions are with us. It's only how we can be able to look at it and look at how we can be able to manage them. And with this, we can do through research. This we can do through training. This we can do through change of how we handle our things, how we manage them, how we control them, and all that. We do it, give and take. That is the approach. I mean, if I may use the simple man language and all that. So
It's
maybe
true
that is what I can say and all that. There's a lot of stuff that we can be able to look at in that and all that.
So Wilson, we need to protect our water bodies, right?
Yes.
Sure. But in view of the situations where we face climate change and drought, are we have any other alternative solutions we can use?
Mark, this is Professor Cheluket. I think there's one, you have two gadgets. There's one which is causing an echo.
No, mine is actually, I don't have any.
You have not opened two gadgets.
I'm wondering actually why we have echo.
No, it's from your end. What you can do, you can switch off audio in one of them so that it doesn't interfere with the other. But the discussion is very informative, learning about water, sustainability, and I'm really following closely, learning a lot from Wilson. And thank you, Wilson, for your informative discussions. I think the experience you have can actually change our country because
Thank you, Prof.
we still have a challenge of water as a country. And the question is, can we be able to create, I know in other countries, they are able to make water. But here in Kenya, we have focused mostly rainwater and the underground water. Is there a possibility in future we can also create water?
Yes, Professor, there is a possibility. Of course, there's a lot of science that is going on. I visited Israel actually in relation to that some like close to 8-9 years ago, in relation to the way of the making of water and all this and that. Yeah. But I believe in the way we are in Kenya, and there are other better and more sustainable and efficient and effective ways we can be able to really harness and make use of, take care of what is available on the way we handle our things and that. Because the aspect of making water will involve a lot of technology. It will involve a lot of science. It will involve a lot of using of resources. But is that the priority at the moment? I mean, given our way, our state of this and that, yeah? There's a lot of resources that are involved. Actually, looking across in relation to manpower, whether we have the knowledge, whether we have the capacity, whether the time we will need to go to the resources in form of money that we'll need, the resources in form of material, machinery, the resources in terms of the methods we are using. Because methods also matter a lot and all that. The methods of shortcut, the method, science and research, I mean, requires a step-by-step approach. So now we can be able to handle things and all that. But when you get people like Lecomet who are a little bit firm and very slow in terms of that, who will not rush onto the shortcuts and all this and that, people will say, huyu mzee ameshiba hataki maneno. Yet, I just want to, my approach is just to look at things in a systematic way and to be able to look at that. So there are ways, I mean, of making.
Thank you. I think that is where the science is going. Secondly,
yes,
in Kenya, we have a lot of floods, water going to wastage, and yet shortly after that, we say we are in a drought again. What can the government do really to harness the flowing waters during the rainy seasons? I don't know your take on that, Wilson.
Actually, that is a very appropriate and correct approach that can be done. Improving the storage, building of dams. I mean, even storing the small water and all that. If we go to my home in Natchez Post, Natchez is a very dry area. It's actually a very famous place for tourism and all this and that. If you go to, I happen to have my mother. My mother is still alive, and I mean, these are one of the things I've done is to try to harvest the water for her. She doesn't have the water problem. I mean, in our locality, within our home village, I mean, our own compound and all that. But what I can say is we need to improve our storage of water, rainwater harvesting, construction of dams, building of the way we store that water. Because it is true, I talked of water is a very useful and it is important for life. But on the extremes, it is the worst enemy you can ever have, or it is the worst things that you can ever try to challenge. Because when there is no water, you'll die because of hunger and all that. When the water is polluted, you'll get sicknesses and there's nothing you can actually do. When it is too much, you'll get flooding. It will flood you. Your vehicles will be flooded. Your houses will fall. Like just the example I gave of the mama who cries, serikali saidia in the Nyando and all this and that. Actually, I haven't, I mean, on the engineering part in many years, I went to Vietnam. I did some work in Vietnam on urban drainage development. And actually, I developed that under the Belgian technical operation under Professor Willy Bowens, who was a very close friend of mine, Saidi, of course, Amezeka from the Free University of Brussels. We did a lot of work in Vietnam, and that is actually how I became a technical advisor in Belgian technical, and to be able to even to transfer the knowledge and bring it here to the region around here. So basically, storage of water is very critical. We need to store that. That is where, when I was talking of issues of economic value of water and all that, we need to have the economic, the understanding of the water, because we'll need to construct those dams. We'll need to construct the storage facilities. We'll need to be able to know that when this water, we need to conserve it so that we can maybe use it for irrigation. We can use it for other things when there's no rain and all that. Of course, without forgetting the issue of the social aspect of water. Everybody has a right for water, even the poor, even the weak, even the disabled. How do we make that water affordable and equitably distributed to the poor even and all that? There is a way they can be able to contribute in form of how we can have that water, in the form of how we can manage it. That is the way, that is the aspect that I bring in actually what I want to research at the strategic level of the importance of our stakeholders and all that. And actually our gaps are more on the policies. It is more on how we interpret our policies and be able to interact with these people and include them or involve them in our water management and all that. Otherwise, we'll forget all about this. And of course, when you talk of water scarcity and the fact that it's not available, Kenya is one of the water scarce country. It has less than 1,000. I mean, which is the requirement. I mean, for what some place where. What is this scarcity all about? It has to do with scarcity because of availability in form of space, in form of time, and all that. It has to do with how we manage it, how we govern it, and all that. Because it has to do with how, I mean, we are able to manage our economics in relation to it, and how to generate incomes and resources to be able to use to realize that water management and all that.
That is a great insight, Wilson. And as we know, human beings, we are 70% water, so we have no option but to ensure that water is there. Otherwise, we will not be alive. As we also know that all the plants, more than 70% of the plant again is water. That is why when there is much sun, you see the plants also wilting. So water is something we cannot run away from. The only thing we need to do is how to harness it properly.
Exactly.
How to preserve it for future generations. I think the topic was very relevant, and I go back to Mark now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I hope that I still don't understand why I have an echo, but we are open for questions for the next 10 minutes from the team.
Any member, you can unmute and ask a question. Mark seems to have a challenge with this connection, but the topic of discussion is very, very important for us. Anyone with a question for Wilson and even Mark?
Enoch here, can I go ahead?
Proceed.
I have a question.
We have two people. We have Dr. Mohammed and was it Dr. Warinda?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We can start with Dr. Eno Warinda, then after that, Dr. Mohammed.
Okay, thanks so much, Mark Angwenyi, and also Wilson. I have a background in those areas of the resource management and the economics, but I wanted to know, having worked in various regions, we have what we may just call the community-led integration and manner of managing the resources. For example, we have the Water Users Association. And these water users associations are majorly to make good use of the water towers and the catchment areas. How are you trying to bring all the water users associations in Kenya so as to make sure that even our rivers are not interfered with and we end up having good water? Because what I don't understand is why Kenya, with all the rivers and the fresh lakes, we are still water deficient. This is an area I don't understand. How are we working with the Water Users Association and other community-led interventions? That's the question. Thanks so much.
Great, Dr. Warinda. We can take also the one from Dr. Mohammed so that the two panelists can answer both questions. Dr. Mohammed, come on board now.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Wilson, for that very, very insightful presentation. Really, you have touched on every area of water in our country, in the region, and in the globe. I want us to zero down to the Kenyan situation, really. We have a lot of water challenges, unequal access, infrastructure failures, a lot of investments on the water sector. There are all these water resource authority, water management authority, water fund, the Ministry of Water, yeah, and all these authorities, all these resources. And then there is the whole issue of the impact of the decentralized government, devolution, where we have now said we want to devolve resources to the counties. Is there something more than meet the eye, really? With all this hardware, with all this infrastructure, with all this decentralization, with all these bodies, with all these mega dams that have now become very, very lucrative for contractors and governments. Is there something more than really resources that we are really struggling with? Is there some water politics? What is your view on that?
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed. Is there any other question so that we have 3 questions for the panel? Any other person with a burning question so that there will be 3 questions? Your name, please.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Samuel Thiongo. Can I go ahead?
Proceed, Dr.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Wilson. And also thank you, Mark, for your good, insightful discussion in water. We know that water is the key, as you have just presented. And I want to know, as the country goes to the new approach of education system, where we have the CBE or CBC conversation, and there is the learners' engagement in terms of environment and sustainability. And you guys having cross borders, witnessed what's happening across the borders. What is your suggestion in terms of integrating this issue of water sustainability, arresting climate desertification, and other harmful effects in terms of engaging the learners to assist in sustainability? Have you informed the policymakers? Have you guided the government or any other stakeholder on how we can maybe make use of this resource? Because I believe the learners have a very critical element to play for the planet and sustainability of this resource of water. Thank you.
Thank you. The last question now, so that there are 4 answers. Jeremy Mutu, Jeremy, you have raised your hand. Jeremy, that is so that the panelists can answer the 4 questions.
Okay, thank you.
Jeremy, are you ready to talk, to ask your question?
Yes, I'm ready. I hope I'm audible from that side.
Yeah, you are audible, please. Proceed.
Yes, my name is Jeremiah Mutunga, one of the master students in development studies. And my question was, how do we, or what are some of the innovations in the management of water sector, especially on issues of non-revenue water? What are some of the innovative strategies that our speaker, our panelists can be able to advance?
Excellent question, Jeremy. Panelists, you can share those questions. There are 4.
Who starts?
Either of you, either Mark or Wilson, whichever question you want to answer.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I can start, but of course, Mark can also come in and all that. If I understood, I mean, the 4 questions very, very well. One is on the involvement of learners, the last question, the involvement of learners and integration of all that. The other one has to do with the politics and, of course, the users, the involvement of the users and all that. Maybe I'll approach the questions, I mean, in a comprehensive way, like combining the 4 of them all together and all that. Of course, there is a lot of politics when it comes to issues of water management. There's a lot of things that we are doing through devolution, to ensure that services reach the people and that all people are involved. But some of those things are not actually implemented, in depth and to the actual meaning and all that. If you see Mr. Lekometia, one time I sacrificed and went to be a CEO. Actually, a CEO is like a PS in one of the counties. In my place because of the challenges in water and all that. But I was not able to last there because what they said is that I was not used to the shortcuts. I like to follow the system where where we need to involve the stakeholders. We need to share with them. We need to look at the sustainable way of approaching to long-term solutions and all that. So in one way or another, I found the environment was not very conducive because they said me I didn't like the shortcuts. It's like I didn't like the way of benefiting. In an easier way and all this. I liked doing it, being firm and being a person of integrity and all that. So there are a lot of gaps in terms of that because if you look across actually 80%. Of the team leaders, and where there is no leadership, where there is no management, there's nothing that can happen properly and all. You'll find that most of the leaders, most of the managers are people, with interest, not actually with the interest of the availability of water or the sustaining of the water and all that. So there's a lot of politics in relation to it. Like you can find some counties whereby the overall person you find was a major who has never trained in issues to do with water or environment and all that. He's the overall boss of that because he can. I said if one needs a gun or to be able to run and to do that, to be able to lead and to guide in relation to that, then be it like that and all that. So there's a lot of gaps in relation to how we did. What is it all about? It's about our discipline. It's about our integrity. It's about our morals. It's about our ethics and all that. I happen also to train. The few people here, very few people understand actually the meaning of ethics and how we can be able to handle to approach our general management in a way that is ethical, in a way that is proper, in a way that will be beneficial to all of us and to help us to be able to harness all those and this and that. Of course, when it comes to water users and all that, I happen to have implemented a program, a very successful program, and I'm proud of that, in a place called Baringo, in the lowlands of Baringo. There were, of course, a whole area in relation to development of water systems, drilling of boreholes, ensuring that they are managed properly, construction of alternative water system, control of the fluorides, using the regenerating the defluoridation plants or the regenerating defluoridation many years ago. Those systems are still there. Why? Of course, I used communities. The approach from the partners was that there must be sustainability. There must be ownership of the project and the water resource systems from the communities. There was a lot of training involved from even the village ladies and all that. To be able to manage that and all that. There was a lot of retraining in terms of how to manage the resources from the water, in terms of the technical capacity on how you can be able to repair the small things that are there. Because what is there is that you find that when you bring project, let's say from the government or from the partners and all that, and do it without involving the community and without them having ownership, without them being part of it and all that, it will just not be sustainable. Because once you leave, even a small part maybe of $100, if it breaks, none of those people will be interested. They'll say it was for German. They'll say it was for USAID. They were the ones who are making it for us. They do not understand actually how it involves. So you need to involve them. You need to train them on issues of managing, leading, the issues of how you can be able to develop or to train, to build the capacities of the different stakeholders and all that. So that is the approach. And actually, this is a practical example. Because in a place called Baringo, actually, the Marigat areas, the areas of Pokot, the Gems, the Tugens, and all that, they normally used to comment when I was a young warrior. Many years ago, around actually, the last time I was there was around 2009. But I'm proud when I meet some people, from that place, they still, some of them even university, they still tell me there is those systems, the Duba pumps. Actually, some of them call me the Duba pumps. The kind of pumps I was helping them. Which are which are sustainable and efficient for such areas where you do not have electricity, where you do not have, other things, where you can even improvise and use the donkeys to make the pump work and all that. So there are those things and all that. When it comes to users, of course, if you look at the government of Kenya in terms of the development of documents and all that, the policies, you have the National Water Policy 2021, you have the Water Act 2016, you have the different institutions, the Water Sector Trust Fund, the Water Tribunal, the Ministry of Water, the Water Storage Authority. You'll have in the different regions, the 8 regional bodies, in each of them, the North Rift Valley, the Lake Victoria South, the Wasongiro North, the Central, the Tana Adi, and all this. To try to coordinate, actually, the approach on how to look at water and all this and that. But integrated approach, the different approaches, including even the use of the learners, our small students from the training and all that, because that is how you inculcate the culture in your society and all that. There's some gaps that we still need to identify and to look at it, and that is why I have a niche. In terms of or I have a thinking, and that is actually how I want to approach it. And once I'm done with that, stakeholders and all that. Hello, there's some interruption. So that is actually the way I look at it and all that. So we need to involve our learners. We need to, because they are part of the stakeholders. They use that water. They are affected by that water. They are affected by the floods. They are affected by the droughts. In terms of many ways, the food they eat, the clothes they wear, the school fees they need when they are going to school. Like when I tell you, I tell you, I've never gotten any assistance from. Of course, I got scholarship in masters when I was going for masters and those others. From because of my performance and all that. In my undergraduate and all that. But the bottom line is, where did I start? I started from selling. I remember my late father. He was telling me these goats. You look for them, you take care of them, you protect them, and you never have a problem. He used to tell me that when I was in nursery and primary school and all this and that. And I can see, because it has made me grow. It has made me move across the world and interacting. With different cultures and all that. So that is we need to look at it. We need to look at it wholly and look at it deeply. Of course, what I'm saying is we have a lot of gaps in issues of governance. We have a lot of gaps in issues of realization of policies. We have a lot of issues and all that. But what is it? The bottom line is how we approach things and how we look at it in our culture and all that. Of course, there are benefits that you'll say that I want to get this benefit very, very fast and this and that, but they are not sustainable. Let's have a way of growing poly and you have enough, you are in a glass of milk, which will be enough and all that. I see my friend Dr. Mohammed is from the arid lands and all that. I've interacted with those areas and actually, coming from Machas, and all those, I understand what is happening there. And I've interacted a lot with the people from Garissa and Wajir. I've actually been there to look at many things when we were doing a lot of research many years ago on the aquifers of around that place. When I was in the ministry, actually many years ago, around 1996, 97. So the approach is that let's build this. Let's have communities, involvement. Let's have user groups involved in all those things. Let's give power or authority to the different users and to the people who will be used in involvement in this, in all our resources and in all our natural resources. Maybe I've mixed the answering and all that, but that is the bottom line. I can be able maybe to say if maybe there is something that is not clear among the questions that was asked. Somebody maybe can repeat the question so that I can be able maybe to pinpoint one or two things like that. My friend Angwen, you can say something in relation to that. Maybe the hello. Hello? Hello?
Through the chair.
Are you able to hear me now? Yes. All my gadgets are off, but I don't know why I have the echo. I don't know if I can be clear.
Kind of what you can do, Mark, is, you can exit in one so that you remain with one gadget only.
All my gadgets are off, including my phone.
The ones you have joined, I think you might have joined with more than one gadget.
Just exit all and then join back again.
Yeah, you join using
Because
one only.
they can be all of them because you're using one now.
Okay. Through the chair. Yeah, as Mark comes back, there was a question which probably the scanner did not answer. The issue of technology in water. So I want to talk about the issue of use of the SAMs, the use of hydrogels, the use of sunny dams, the use of aquifers. Most people know the boreholes. We are also talking about the furrows, where we are talking about any run of water, you just collect it so that it can be used during the dry spells, and also the roof harvesting and the like. So I think that was the fourth question, which the issue of water technologies, which can be put in place so that we are able to harvest most of these waters. Aquifers is only a common technology currently, and also the use of hydrogel. Hydrogel is a technology which works the way we are using the diapers for the young ones. It's a gel which really absorbs the water in the air and is able to conserve that water. You can use it now for later use. So there's a lot of technology in the water harvesting and storage, which probably the discussant did not get that one, which you can go into. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Yes, maybe I can comment, Prof.
Yeah, comment.
Hello?
As you comment, we can take another question so that you comment together.
Okay, okay.
Dr. Daniel Otwori, you have raised your hand. Can you ask your question, please, so that they can be answered together?
Thank you, Chair.
Proceed.
Panelists, I have one question to the panelists. Access to clean water, but also one that affects the mental well-being, the dignity, and the community development. Now, from the perspective that holistic strategies, can Kenya adapt to ensure that water sanitation initiatives tries to improve both physical and psychological health outcomes? I don't know, Chair, whether I'm right.
No, that question is very clear, Dr. So if there is any other last question so that they can be answered together, somebody can ask, but we are going to the facilitators to respond. And thank you, Dr. Dominita, for the additional response you gave. It was quite good.
Dr. Daniel, hands is up.
Yes, who is talking?
This corporate affairs, I'm saying Dr. Daniel's hand was up.
No, he has already spoken. Dr. Daniel has spoken, asked the question. Maybe we go to Wilson now to answer plus the other one.
Yes, I can start. Actually, I just forgot the issue of technology. Technology actually these days is helping us to do a lot of things. There are many things. Many years ago, I think it must have been around 2002. I organized, I mean, for our development partners which was the Belgian embassy through the Belgian Technical Corporation, to have a team of actually senior government officials. The PS actually, Dr. Mahbub was the PS in that time. Many old engineers like Professor, not Professor, Dr. Stower, Nyaoro actually, who is now an expert in transboundaries rivers, and many district, around 8 district representatives, because they were districts that time and all that, to move around to look at some developed countries in Africa in relation to water and that. An example of the developed country that we went is Tunisia. We had to go through Europe and then come to Tunisia. In Tunisia, most of the northern part is desert. It's only a little bit in the lowland and the midland that you have a little bit of rain and all that. How are they using to manage their water? Because they manage their water in real time using technology and all that. Actually, most of the percentage of their water they were doing the desalination, the removing of the salt from the seawater for utilization in other places. Of course, Tunisia is one of the world best wine producers because of the different types of fruits they have and all this and that, because of issues of technology. They were able to manage their water system in real time. What I mean by in real time is you detect when there is a leakage, which leads to non-revenue, I mean, water loss. I mean, in the desert there, and yet you are 1,000 kilometers away through detection using the systems and all that. Actually, even here in Kenya, and through my interaction and a little bit of that, there are technologies whereby you can be able to manage the supply of water, but of course in a small scale using Safaricom, I mean, meters and all this, and be able to pay in all this and that. So technology cuts across in different areas, be it in the way we are approaching using the actually moving towards the AI aspect and all that. And of course, in the aspect of biological treatment or management, in the issue of chemical, in the issue of physical, because when you look at water quality and all that, you look at it in relation to the biological contamination or pollution, the chemical, and of course the physical and all that. Some of us may just be able to see the chemical and the physical and all this and that. So there are technologies and there are ways you can be able to integrate them. But of course, you need to build it step by step and to understand it properly and all this, because they are prone to of course abuse or misuse of course causing distractions and all that. So what I believe is, I mean, there is an opportunity for us to utilize the technologies, and we have to do so. Of course, it is very necessary. It's very, very important. And to look at it, I mean, how we can be able to approach. But let's look at how we approach our things in relation to our culture, our morals, and our understanding of actually what is beneficial, what is sustainable, what is useful to us. Because once if you try to take care of yourself alone, and I mean your interest and all that, there's always the environment. The environment will make you pay. So make sure that the environment is also well taken care of by looking at, I mean, the ways you can develop systems that will be sustainable for you and all that. So that is what is very critical. Of course, the involvement of the different communities. One of the doctors asked, I mean, the involvement of the different communities, the different involvement of the different stakeholders and the communities and all that. They are all stakeholders. No stakeholders is very important. And for any success of any interventions, your stakeholders must be certified. They must be involved. They must do it in a participatory way. They must be given the autonomy, and they must be given understanding, so that, I mean, we can be able to really look at how we can be able to look at it in a comprehensive way and all that. That is what I can be able to say as a person.
Yeah, Mark wants to come back. Mark, proceed. Mark and Gwenny.
I'm clear now.
Very clear now, Mark. Proceed.
Thank you. I just wanted to make quick reactions to the questions that were raised. In terms of our engagement and our involvement,
Mark,
I want to...
you'll forgive me for for a moment. Our time is already up. We were supposed to stop this at 11. I'm requesting you, Mark, as the chair, just do your closing remark for the session. Tafadhali, tafadhali.
Thank you. I just want to bring to all of us our attention that we all belong to a water resource users committee or association by virtue of the fact that you will be bordering a water source. So your contribution and your actions to that particular space is very important. The idea of water management, climate change is not somebody's problem. It is our problem. So academia and industry, we need to participate together. Thank you.
Much. Thank you all, those who participated in the panel discussion. Thank you so much. And thank you also our panelists and our chair, Mark, and also Wilson for that insightful discussion on water, sanitation, and our environment. Thank you so much. Let's give them a clap. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's give them a clap. Now we continue, but Dr. Warinda was supposed to come. I would like to request him just to take a break of about 20 minutes. There are some 2 students who really wanted to say something, to present. That's what I'm told. So I'm requesting Warinda just to allow the 2 students. Kate, if you are logged in, I just want you to present for about 10 minutes. And then Ahmed Dewale, you'll present for 10 minutes. Then after that, we will, I think we need a short break. We'll need a short break. And then we come back for Dr. Warinda. Thank you. Kate. Kate Emmanuel?
Yes, I'm allowed.
Yes, it's your time.
Can you be able to see my slides? Hello?
Kate, we can see you. We are not seeing your slide.
Presentation?
Yes.
I'm not able to see any presentation.
Okay, let me.
You need to share.
Can you be able to see it now?
Yeah, that is great.
Yes, yes.
You can proceed now.
Okay. My name is Hereri Jeremiah. I have 2 papers, that is technology adoption and performance of default county in Kenya. And those are my supervisors. I have Professor Peter Kihara and Dr. Wilson Moema. So in the introduction, in today, the fast growing global landscape, technology adoption has become vital, enhancing organization performance and public services. We have to use technology for us to be able to improve our performance, and this has been proven as government worldwide embrace decentralized to boost competitiveness. The integration of digital systems has proven for sustaining efficiency and responsiveness. So in Kenya, when we were having the 2013 devolution, it was aiming to empower counties to perform, but we realize there is inconsistency. When we look at the metropolitan counties, that is Nairobi, Kiambu, Machakos, Murang'a, and Kajiado, we have a lot of stalled projects, the corruption and infrastructure, as alluded by Moturi 2024. Then we realize citizens, they are demanding for transparency, efficiency service, but we realize we have government gap that is persistent. Then the problem of the statement was to establish the establishment of county government in 2013 was to improve service delivery. But however, performance has remained below. That is caused by persistent issues like corruption, delay payments, and poor utilization of development funds. Technology, when we have technology adoption, it has been identified as the potential solution to transparency, efficiency, and accountability in county operations. However, integrations remain inconsistent. You realize many counties, there is inconsistency of integration. Then despite growing digital demand, there is limited empirical research technology adoption that influence performance in Kenya developed counties. The objective was to determine the influence of technology adoptions on performance of default county in Kenya. The research hypothesis that technology adoption has no statistical significance influence on performance of default county in Kenya. Then theoretical review, technology adoption model posits that perceived usefulness and perceived easy use of the factor shaping an individual decision to adapt information technology. So when we look at, we have to embrace technology. So we have TM offer insights into how strategic leadership and policy decision can cultivate the culture of technology acceptance, thereby improving operation of efficiency of performance. That was the conceptual framework. We have the technology adoption, that is acquiring new technology to spur performance, technical capability of employees, innovation in attaining of set goals, the automation of operations in the organization. When we look to the dependent variable, that is performance of default counties, we have the developed infrastructure, accountability, we have efficiency of operation and quality of service attained. The methodology, the research philosophy, it used the positivist philosophy. Then the design, I used the correlation descriptive survey design. Then this study was done within the metropolitan counties, the 5 of them. Then the population involved the county executive officers and other key officials. The sample size I had was 399 participants using the amends formula. Data correction used questionnaire and interview. Then the data analysis used the descriptive and inferential analysis and content analysis. When you go to the results demonstrated a moderate and inconsistent technology adoption. So when you look to the questions that were under the technology, you realize they showed that there was inconsistent technology adoption. Then the results, technology adoption has strong and positive correlation performance with a null of 0.757, suggesting that digital system innovations significantly enhance service delivery, transparency, and efficiency. The As we continue, there was a strong and statistically significant relationship between technology adoptions and performance of devolved county in Kenya. Then we continue to the discussions. The results are supported by Oradi Pub and Olanki 2024. They found that industry technologies, they significantly enhance operations and efficiency and profitability in Nigeria insurance firm. Then similarly, Madegua ETL 2019 demonstrated that automating revenue correction improve performance in Trans Nzoia County. But however, according to Saresi ETL 2019, cautions that the adoption of technology is insufficient on its own when we don't have the factor like usability and participatory. You find there's so many organizations that will have the technology, but they don't use it. You have already installed those systems, but they are not used. The implication is that technology adoption significantly improve the performance, but the success depend on the integration transformations. County should improve capacity building and change management initiatives that where we have digital user preparedness and innovation. For the future studies should explore the influence of technology adoption on performance of rural and urban county.
Recording in progress.
Jeremiah, if you could
Yes.
proceed to the next presentation.
Yes.
Proceed on to the second presentation, please.
Okay. The second presentation can you see it now?
Yes, now it's visible. You can continue.
Proceed.
Thank you. The second variable, that is strategic direction and performance of devolved county government in Kenya.
Could you enlarge it?
Toroda.
Please
Sorry,
enlarge it a little bit more so that we can see it.
is it now clear?
Okay, thank you.
So according to Tolodo 2024, he emphasized that the survival hinges on ability to respond to dynamic conditions, prompting many nations to adopt devolved centralized strategies as performance-enhancing mechanism. In Kenya, the 2020 constitution, they marked a transformative when they devolved powers so that they can be the service delivery. When we look at strategic direction defined by Grant 2024 as the process of which organization is looking toward its long-term goals, is essential for performance of counties. However, we have weak strategic directions has been cited as the key contributions to the performance in devolved entities. Then, despite the optimism surrounding, by the time we are having the devolved government, people are very optimistic that we are going to improve in terms of performance. But when we look at the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commissions, it has reported a lot of money that was being disclosed between 2016 to 2019. And the budget highlights poor development, expenditure utilization. That's according to Boro 2024. When we look at these challenges, they point to the system inefficiency, many of which a strategic direction we realize there are misaligned procurement plans, poor leadership, or goal clarity. When we look to the studies, there are few that has looked at the strategic direction, where you are writing the vision, goal setting, and communication. And the objective was to determine what is the influence of strategic direction on performance of default county in Kenya. Then the hypothesis, strategic direction has no significance influence on performance of default county in Kenya. When we look at the strategic leadership theory that was introduced by House and Bates in 1979, it posits that strategically minded readers shape an organization survival by crafting comparing visions, setting strategic directions, and also they have a good performance outcome. So the theory emphasizes that reader must define purpose, inspire, align organization activities with long-term goals. Also, in the context of the default county in Kenya, the theory is anchored between leadership and performance by explaining how the county leaders can have strategic direction by aligning their visions, their goals, and also their employees to achieve what they wanted. When we look to that, the strategic direction was measuring the visioning of strategic goal, empowering of the employees, maintaining flexibility in attaining of the goals, setting long-term targets for the organization that was against the divided variable that is performance of the counties. The research philosophy still is the positivist philosophy. The research design was correlation descriptive survey design. The study site was the 5 metropolitan counties. Then the study population, that was the county executive officers and other key officials. The sample size was 399 using the Amen formula. The data correction used was questionnaires and interview. The data analysis was done through descriptive and inferential analysis, that is SSP, and content analysis. When we go to the finding, the strategic direction in default county, it showed a strong vision, goal alignment, and mission clarity, but inconsistent adaptability and weak performance, hindering effective execution and long-term strategic response. You can see the questions that were asked under that. Then strategic direction had a strong and positive correlation with the performance of 0.76 that indicated that clear, well-communicated vision and goal, they will drive development outcomes. Then there was a strong and statistically significant relationship between strategic direction and performance of default counties in Kenya. When you go to the results, agree with the regression analysis showing that there was a strong relationship between strategic direction and county performance. When we look at these studies, they have found that strategic direction anchored in the planning and leadership, it will drive to performance. This means default county must prioritize strategies to enhance service delivery. So the strategic direction is the most influential, the driving performance of default counties when we have underscoring the importance of clear visions, goals, and adaptive planning. So its effectiveness depends on how the readers, they are going to integrate and how the readers, they are going to embrace these for it to be able to perform. So county managers should prioritize clear strategic direction by setting well-defined visions. You realize there sometimes the organization, they have the vision, but it's not well defined, it's not well known to the people. So it means they will not be able to be implemented. So with the strategic direction, accounting for under these performance, we have to align plans with the community, or according to the resources we have to align with the strategic direction. What do we want to achieve? What do we want to accomplish, so that we make sure we are getting to where our goal is. So leadership must be synchronized with strategic to have measurable outcomes. When we look to the future studies, they should explore in the influence of strategic on performance of rural, because this one we have done the metropolitans. We can look to the rural, and that's the edge. And thank you.
Thank you, Jeremiah. Let me now allow the conference participants to ask a few questions.
Yes.
So if you're here
Yeah.
and you'd like
Yes,
to
I
ask
was
Jeremiah a
asking,
question.
Thank you, Dr. Angie. I wanted to find out the level of study. Is it at master's level, Jeremiah?
No, it's at PhD level.
It is at PhD level, huh?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think I recommend you revisit your research methodology section.
Yes. Yes.
Including even the output from your mind.
Okay.
Secondly,
yes,
your outputs, especially the summary model, in the
Yes.
first presentation
Yes.
and in the second presentation are almost the same. So I want you to revisit again your data, the way you entered your data in SPSS and the way you analyze them. So, of course, this may have been this may be highly summarized.
Okay.
At doctoral level, we do expect a high level of data analysis. Which program are you pursuing, so that maybe I can try to contextualize?
In the strategic management.
In?
Strategic management.
In strategic management?
Yes.
Yeah, then there are a lot of information you will need to incorporate in your final data analysis. You might have highly summarized here, but the rigor needs to improve. I'm even wondering about the research design you have adopted, whether it is the suitable one. Your research philosophy also, you need to justify it. It is positivism, not positivist. It is positivism. So it is good work you are doing, but my main observation, I have not gone into in it in detail, is that you may have to really revisit. Start with your questionnaire first of all. Is it addressing the various sections of course, if you have whatever number of variables, are all of them captured correctly? I'm not seeing your research cap, because at this level, you know, these are PhD. Not seeing any research cap which you are coming up with. So there's some work. I must say there's some work you need to do, but you have done well in the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I would like to invite Ahmed to do his presentation. I think he has one presentation. Yes, he has one presentation. Ahmed, if you are logged in, please do your presentation. For Ahmed to put up his...
Yes, please. Can you see my slides? Hello.
Yes, we can
Proceed,
see them. Proceed.
Mohammed, proceed.
Okay, good morning. My name is Ahmed Mohammed Dawale from Ghana. This is an article that I've written and presented to research for publication. It's in respect of navigating transformational shifts, the mediating role of Ghana, mediating role of change management in measures and acquisitions on organizational performance in Ghana's oil and gas sector. This is the table of content. So we move straight to introduction and the background. With measures and acquisition, it's a big strategy across the globe where oil and gas companies and other companies in different sectors use to consolidate their
Ahmed,
activities.
if you don't mind, Ahmed, put your slides on presentation mode so that we can interact with it.
Okay.
Put it on presentation mode.
I'm having a challenge with that.
I think it's the next. You see where you are?
Yes.
The icon after undo. Just no, go forward, go to the right.
Okay.
The next one. Can you click that one?
This one.
No, the next, no, the previous one. That one.
This.
Can you click that one? That icon.
Okay.
Yes, that is
Perfect.
the one. Proceed.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. All right. So globally, measures and acquisition is very common among the companies, and the oil and gas sector is not left out. There are a lot of measures and acquisition across the world. In Ghana, the oil and gas industry is emerging, it's relatively new. We had our first discovery in 2007, where we were able to discover oil in large quantities, that's commercial quantities. Since then, we've been very consistent. This particular article is in relation to the downstream, and the upstream has great effect on the downstream as well. So with whatever is happening at the upstream is affecting the downstream. And Ghana has been very consistent since the discovery. Mergers and acquisitions are quite good, but there are a lot of complications when it comes to getting two or more different companies to come together. Basically, getting them integrated to integrate their operations is always an issue, because different companies with different backgrounds coming together is always difficult. In terms of cultural, organizational culture, they all come from different areas. It impedes the ability of the companies to be very successful in integration. If you look at the organizational performance, that should be the outcome of every merger and acquisition. So a successful merger and acquisition is based on the organizational performance after the event as the consolidation has taken place. We look at the research objective. The first one is assessing impact of change management on organizational performance during mergers and acquisition. Then we have another one, investigate change management as a mediator between mergers and acquisition and organizational performance. Provide actionable strategies for Ghanaian oil and gas firms. The hypothesis one says that change management positively influences organizational performance. Two says change management mediates the mergers and acquisition performance relationship. Then we have the literature review. We looked at literature in terms of the trends globally and locally. Then I will also review literature in terms of those that affect Ghana's landscape, influenced by offshore discoveries, as I mentioned earlier, and foreign investment, how all these things play out. Then we have organizational performance linked to employee engagement, culture, and communication. Then we have the conceptual framework. The conceptual framework provides a structured approach to understand then the dynamics of mergers and acquisition, change management, and organizational performance in Ghana's oil and gas sector. So here we identify the various variables, and we're able to see how those variables relate to each other. And that is how we can determine the outcome of whatever will happen. So this is the table that we illustrated the various variables, both the independent and dependent variables that were identified in the process. Then we have the methodology. So we use the quantitative cross-sectional survey, and we surveyed 400, we used 400 respondents from the Ghana oil and gas industry. And this number runs through the various ranks in the companies which participated in the process. So we equally measure the variables using the validated skills for mergers and acquisition activities, change management, and performance. So the data was analyzed via the analysis regression. We use the regression model, and we also use the software we call R. So the key technical, statistical techniques that we use, as I mentioned earlier, they are up there. We use the factor analysis, we use the regression analysis, the immediate analysis, and all of that are pointing to one direction. So we try to explore the data as well, and all major indicators shows no significant deviation from the linearity. So we have the p-value of 0.05 as usual. Okay, so these are details of what we did in the analysis process. So under the regression analysis, because of time constraint, we may not be able to go through the various findings that we had. Okay, so we come to interpretation and discussions. So increase mergers and acquisition activities, challenges, change management requiring proactive strategies. Because definitely when we have more of these activities coming up, and they come with their own challenges, and change management, we need to be very proactive to be able to get things done to reflect on the outcomes. So effective change management enhances employee morale, reduces turnover, fosters integration and success. So basically, these are very key issues when it comes to integration or consolidation. How to manage the staff. People basically do not want change. So whenever there's a change, you have issues. So that needs to be managed effectively. So the findings align with global research, underscoring universal challenges of cultural integration, which is a main thing, very major when it comes to merging two or more companies. So the practical implications: adopt open communication to address employee concerns, engage employees actively during transition, align organizational culture strategically, invest in change management training and development. As I stated earlier, the outcome of every mergers and acquisition is by the performance of the organization. And they have pinned the employees to the performance. So basically, if the employees are having issues, it's going to affect the performance of the company after merger. So Ghanaian oil and gas industry relevance. So rising M&A due to exploration success and foreign investment, which is very key here. So most of the measures that we have seen in recent times is there are more measures that we have seen in recent times than the past before the discovery. If you do comparative analysis of whatever we are seeing now and before that, we are seeing more, and it's because of the oil discovery that we have all this. And integration skills vital for competitive in global market. So once companies are merged and they are able to integrate effectively, they will be able to compete effectively globally. Change management as a core to maximizing M&A values and minimizing disruptions. So the limitations and future research, cross-sectional design limits causality inferences, which is very true. With the cross-sectional, you pick data at a particular point in time, so it's not able to apply to so many other really issues. Then if you make inferences from such data, it can be applied to other areas. Relevance on self-reported data may induce bias, definitely. So the companies that we interacted with, so they give data based on whatever they know, and there could be some level of bias in that. Okay, longitudinal studies, exploration of leadership and culture's role, comparative studies with other industries stroke region. So in conclusion, change management significantly mediates measures and acquisition impact on organizational performance. Then prioritizing change management enhances integration, success, employee adoption, and long-term stability. Then the final one is strategic focus on change management is essential for Ghana's oil and gas industry to strive amid transformational shift. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ahmed, for your presentation. And Ahmed, I'm told by Dr. Angelin that you had two of them.
Yes, I think for now, I'm done with this. I did one yesterday.
Oh, then
I was supposed
thank
to
you
do a
so
third
much.
one, but it's not ready yet.
Yeah, he presented during the breakaway session. I remember, Ahmed. I
Sorry,
remember he
sir?
presented during the breakaway session.
Yes, I still have two, but this third one is not ready yet.
Thank you so much. Is there one question for Ahmed? Any question? Yes, Dr. Yes, Dr.
Yeah, in fact, I posted on the chat. Ahmed, how did you test your alternative hypothesis?
Hello?
Your hypotheses were
Yes.
alternate hypotheses. They were not
I
null
use the
hypotheses.
regression analysis.
So you are not testing the hypothesis. Oh, okay.
I use the regression analysis.
Thank you, Ahmed. She's satisfied. Any question?
Ahmed, just a question. I think what Dr. Dominida is asking you, Ahmed, what type of hypothesis did you use in your study?
Sorry?
The type of hypothesis you used in your study, I think that is where we start. What type of hypothesis did you use in your study? Is it null hypothesis? Is it alternate hypothesis?
I use the alternative hypothesis. There are two hypotheses that were stated.
Now, if you use alternate hypothesis, so she was asking, how did you test that alternate hypothesis? That's the question. You can think through it, and then maybe you can answer at a later date. But
Okay.
of course, multiple regression is just a model you run. And of course, if you are looking at mediation, of course, there's a model you run to test for mediation. If you are looking at moderation, there must have been a model also to that effect. And also the what we sometimes we call the combined effect. When you bring all of them together, there is also a more an approach which you use, but those are detailed. Those are may not be for the conference here. But what we are simply saying is, at a PhD level, the type of research which is done is more richer. It's not a simple research like what we do in undergraduates and sometimes at a master's level. There's more richer at the PhD level. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me well. Good. As you've mentioned, I'm glad that I've been given this opportunity to present this keynote. So it's still morning. So good morning, the distinguished guests, the Vice Chancellor, the DVC, and ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I just want to take it a little bit fast. And this is a very important topic that I was just made to think about it, because we are in a great university, so we need to think about diversity, we need to think about inclusion, and we need to look at the legal framework, what are the challenges, and what are the way forward. So it is actually an honor for me to just speak on this subject that is shaping the future of organizations, communities, and the government, and that is diversity and inclusion in the organization. Let me start with a simple but very deep idea that diversity is a fact, but inclusion is a choice. Diversity is a fact, but inclusion is a choice. So diversity and inclusion in organization are currently presenting the core positions in terms of our operational structures. Diversity concerns the presence of differences between people, including sex, age, ethnicity, culture, disability, religion, and thought. So that is diversity. But the mere existence of diversity is incomplete without inclusion. Inclusion requires all people to be respected, to be valued, to be given equitable opportunities to participate and also to contribute in the organization's agenda. So organizations that embrace inclusion always establish workplaces which provide the employees, the students, both the physical presence at the meetings, as well as active participation in the decision-making processes. Research shows that organizations which unite or which amalgamate the diversity with authentic inclusion, not just the fake inclusion, but the authentic inclusion practices, those organizations or the universities or even the churches where we have the diversity and also authentic inclusion practices obtain superior creativity and innovation. They normally register better employee satisfaction and superior organizational performance. So the implementation of diversity and inclusion practices serves both ethical as well as strategic purposes. So wherever we find ourselves today, in our workplaces, in our communities, in our universities, we find incredible diversity. Different languages, different tribes, gender, age, beliefs are being abilities and cultural background, yet we need to coexist. And globalization has accelerated this coexistence. Migration has expanded the diversity, but technology is even complicating these diversities. But here is the real question. Are we making a deliberate choice to be inclusive? Are we creating an environment where everyone feels accepted and has the same opportunity to contribute and to flourish? And I want us to ponder about these questions because the answers determine whether the diversity becomes a source of innovation and power, or it becomes a source of division and conflict. Consider this story, a real one. A few years ago, a brilliant young graduate, let's call her Amina, applied for a job in a major company. She was one of the top students in her university class. She was very fluent in 3 languages and exhibited high-level technical skills. On paper, she was the right candidate. But Amina went to the interview room using a wheelchair. The panel smiled politely, but as she told me later, she could immediately feel her hesitation. Instead of asking her the questions related to her skills, the first questions were about her disability, how she would arrive to the office, whether she would handle the programs, and if she could slow down the team with whom she was working. She was not seen from the lens of what she could do, but from what the panelists believed that she could not do. Amina did not get the job, unfortunately, but months later, another company gave her a chance. Not only did she excel, but she also led an innovation project that saved millions of dollars in operational costs. So this story gives us some powerful reminders that everyone has a talent, but not everyone gets the chance to use it. And that's why we are here today to reflect how organizations can find that difference. How can law, leadership, and culture take us from exclusion to inclusion? How can we ensure that no Amina is ignored due to prejudices, perceptions, or structural obstacles? Let me talk briefly on why diversity and inclusion matter. And I want to look at how do these things matter to the businesses. Studies show that organizations with diverse leadership teams are 35% more likely to improve their performance. Why? Because diversity acts as a fuel to innovation by bringing together different backgrounds, skills, and approaches in addressing issues. Problems are seen from many angles, and therefore better solutions get generated. Let's look at an example. A diverse team at Google discovered that its translation tool was biased towards the masculine pronouns. The default gender assignment for doctor was male. A medical doctor was a male, and for a nurse, female. So the female engineers and the linguists who belonged to the various cultural backgrounds on the Google team actively supported this transformation. The new technology led Google to introduce gender-neutral and gender-specific translation options for multiple languages. So the example shows that technology produces superior outcomes through inclusion of multiple viewpoints during the creation process. What about our university? Why do we have diversity and inclusion? Why does it matter on the human side? Inclusion is about dignity. The initial requirement demands that we treat people as human beings by actively listening to their spoken words with respect. The absence of inclusion makes diversity lose its value. Imagine a workplace where females get employed, yet their proposed solutions get ignored. Or persons with disabilities get the jobs, but lack essential support to make them successful. So the absence of genuine inclusion in this situation will result in diversity without inclusion. What about on the social side? Chair, organizations do not exist in isolation. They reflect and they shape our society. And by embracing diversity and inclusion, these organizations can be powerful agents for our social change. Let's look at our Kenyan Constitution of 2010. It was established in that constitution that diversity and inclusion become a major pillar. And Safaricom, for example, and Equity Bank have decided to make good use of our constitution by the leaders in both Safaricom and Equity Bank implementing diversity initiatives which just extend beyond just mere compliance requirements, but recruitment processes, leadership structures, and community outreach programs that embrace both diversity and inclusion. Safaricom created policies that promote gender equality and workplace accessibility for people with disability. Equity Bank focuses on delivering financial services to the underprivileged communities. So these programs serve both legal requirements and they also work to address the social divisions which have been caused by our ethnic conflicts and past discrimination, which helps us now to build trust between our groups in any society we find ourselves in. I request that we reflect a bit on about our organization. Who is on the table, even at the university or where we work? Who is on the table? Whose voices are heard continuously? And what is more equally important, which voices are missing? Let's reflect along that. Let's come to the legal framework as I near down to my presentation, the keynote. I want to tackle the legal framework using some anecdote. I want to take the first one from a gender bias in leadership, what is called the glass ceiling. I once spoke with a senior manager of a corporation. This time, let's also call her Faith. She was the only woman on her company's executive team. She had the same qualifications, averagely same years of experience, and growing performance compared to her male counterparts. Yet when promotion opportunities came, the board expressed their concern, not because of her competence, but about whether she could balance leadership with family responsibilities. So during the appraisal, Faith was asked questions that her male colleagues were never asked. She was not promoted, unfortunately, too. But a year later, she left the organization for a competitor that valued her leadership. And today, as I know, she runs one of the most profitable divisions. So her story is not rare. It reflects the persistent glass ceiling that many women face, even in progressive organizations and universities. Let's look at another anecdote of the legal framework. Ageism in hiring, the age in terms of hiring, which is a very, very invisible barrier. Look at John, a 58-year-old marketing professional with over 30 years of experience. He applied for a mid-level role in a company. After a restructuring left him unemployed. So despite his strong record, he was told, off the record of course, that the company was looking for someone more energetic, someone who would fit better with the younger team. John later discovered that the role was given to a less experienced candidate in their late 20s. So age became a silent barrier. So organizations lose so much institutional wisdom when they equate age with irrelevance instead of seeing it as a resource for mentorship and stability. So allow me to quickly investigate these legal and policy foundations which support diversity and inclusion programs. Our laws establish basic fairness standards which serve as minimal requirements for all citizens. So consider the following international frameworks. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights of 1948. It was created and then formed a framework which states that all people should start life with full liberty and complete equity in their dignity. The ILO, the International Labour Organization Convention number 111 of 1958, also makes it illegal to discriminate against people in their work because of their race or color or sex or religion or political beliefs or where they come from. The Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities of 2006 establishes a requirement for governments and employers to develop suitable and reasonable environment for all persons. The Sustainable Development Goals of 2015 base their core principles on diversity through three major goals. Goal number 5 for gender equality, goal number 8 for decent work, and goal number 10 for inequality reduction. So, an example, in 2021, just about a few years ago, Microsoft launched what we call the accessibility by design. And in that, it was very clear that before new products could be installed, there was a survey that was to be done. And in this survey, it was shown what diversity and inclusivity principles were supposed to be inculcated. At the regional level, we have the European Union implementing the Equal Treatment Directive of 2000, which prohibits discrimination in employment, education, and services. And EU has introduced gender quotas for corporate boards, which forces organizations to establish binding measures instead of using non-binding targets. What about our African Union? It has promoted equity and equality through the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and Gender Inclusion through the Protocol on the Rights of Women in Africa. So when Rwanda looked at this, they decided to use this AU framework, and they decided to experiment it in their parliament. At the moment, over 60% of the Rwandan parliamentarians are women, the highest in the world. So this case demonstrates how regional policies can create necessary conditions for transformation. What about the local, our national? I've already talked about our constitution. And persons with disabilities of 2003, there was an act in Kenya. This act provides legal protection for persons with a disability, making access for them to be paramount in the universities. What about the Employment Act of 2007 in Kenya? It protects employees from discrimination based on race, gender, pregnancy status, disability, religion, and ethnic background. Ladies and gentlemen, remember we are talking about diversity and inclusion. The legal framework, what is missing and how can we make it good? So some of the challenges I've already mentioned include unconscious bias. There are some biases which are just unconscious. We don't even know whether we are biased, but they're just part of us. So how do we deal with that? What do we do to make sure that we deal with this bias? Because of time, I'm just finishing the next 2 minutes, Chair. The other challenge that we are facing in implementing this diversity and inclusion is what we call tokenism. Organizations continue to use tokenistic methods to meet legal and reputational needs by hiring one woman, one person with a disability, and one ethnic minority candidate just to satisfy the public. And yet the result is a superficial display of diversity, which does not lead to actual inclusion. So is it just a tokenism so as to tell people here we are balanced and so forth, we are diverse, we are inclusive? No, we need to run away from tokenism. The other one is resistance to change, and also structural inequalities and intersectionality. I will share this document so that we can read it further just because of the time. Allow me to go to the very last point in my keynote speech. The way forward, having looked at the legal frameworks which are there internationally, regionally, and also within our country, and having looked at, do we really fit within the diversity spectrum, and are we inclusive? Absolute inclusivity. So what is the way forward? I want to look at some of the guiding pillars for advancing our diversity and inclusion. So we need to use, number one, what we call beyond compliance to commitment. The minimum requirement of compliance do not establish the maximum level of achievement. So organizations must embrace authentic diversity progress because it serves both moral duty and their business advantage, moving beyond just compliance into commitment. Number two, way forward, leadership accountability. So leaders who want diversity initiatives to succeed must demonstrate their commitment through action. They need to accept responsibility for creating teams which incorporate everyone and giving them voices. Way forward, number three, is the cultural transformation. Sustainable change emerges from cultural development rather than depending exclusively on policy implementation. So we must look at the cultural transformation. So we need to address the discrimination in the recruitment system. We must develop the work environment, which must include everybody. The fourth one is continuous education. We need to inculcate continuous education to make sure that our people understand what is diversity and what is inclusion. Number five is measurement and transparency. Do we have good M&D systems to help us in coming up with indicators to show that we are diverse, we are inclusive, and how are we performing? The last one is allyship and partnership. Who is your ally? The allyship is a very dangerous thing. So we need to move just beyond the allyship and partnership into real diversity and inclusion. So every person in a society must participate in the duty to achieve diversity because it is very important. My call to action, ladies and gentlemen, the journey towards diversity and inclusion requires sustained effort because it extends over an extended period of time. And it is a marathon that we cannot afford to postpone. So we exist in a society that demonstrates diversity as a fact, while inclusion represents our duty, our choice, and equity stands as our goal. So therefore, let's commit to three things. We may forget everything I've said, but just let's commit to three things: that we should view diversity as its fundamental strength instead of dealing with it as an issue of fix. We should, number two, practice inclusion, not merely in formal policies, but in everyday interactions. Number three, we should establish organizations that reflect fairness, dignity, and justice. So after leaving this conference this afternoon, we should determine which single action we will perform during the upcoming weeks. And so I leave you with this thought: diversity is being invited to the table today. Inclusion is being heard when you speak, but equity is being empowered to help design this menu. Thank you so much, and I believe that we are going to make our organizations diverse and inclusive. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Warinda, for that powerful keynote speech, which has really opened our eyes. And I think we appreciate that speech. Because we are in academia, Dr. is telling me if there is anybody who can either ask only one question to Dr. Warinda or a comment, we can take one, only one, from those who are online and from here. Okay, looks like Daktari people are still thinking and absorbing what you have said. I think it was really insightful. With that, I would like to welcome in this university, we work with partners, and one of our partners joined us here. That is Isaiah Lyon. So we want to give them, they want to give us a, what do you call it? An icebreaker. They want to give us an icebreaker. We've really sat for a long time. So Isaiah Lion prepared an icebreaker for us because they've been with us here for since yesterday. They said they can give us an icebreaker. So I want to invite Isaiah Lion just to give us an icebreaker as we continue. Karibu.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. The Vice Chancellor, the Dean of various schools, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. How are you today? My name is Lillian Malonze, and with me I have Team Simba. We are from ICA Lion. Maybe they can wave. Yeah, we are 5 of us. And maybe you're asking yourself, who is ICA Lion? I don't know whether you guys have interacted with ICA Lion anywhere. Anyone who has seen us on billboards? Ah, great. So yesterday with our interaction with some of you here, we were able to establish that some of you are our clients, and we are so happy to hear that. Congratulations to you. However, we noted that some of you have never heard about us, and that is why I will briefly tell us who ICA is. ICA Lion is a one-stop financial service provider whereby we help people create and protect wealth. So you is sitting here today. Are you protecting your wealth? The wealth that you are creating. Are you protecting it? So today we are here to answer that through our engagement later. Probably you're asking, why would I choose ICA? And we have so many players in the market. Our balance sheet. I don't know whether it is projected. Okay. The team, as the team projects, I can just give a snapshot of what our balance sheet looks like. We are currently at 182 billion in comparison with our other players in the industry. And what does that mean for you as a customer, as a potential customer looking forward to interact with us? That means that you will be able to get your investments. We will honor our promise should it fall due. We will not go away. We will not hide from you and tell you tomorrow or the next day or which day, because our balance sheet is strong, and that gives us financial muscles to ensure that we honor our promise. So with that, I will invite my other colleague, Esther, who will make a very brief presentation just to give us some information about what ICA does and how you can plug yourself into that conversation. Thank you.
What you don't know is Lillian is our student. So that is how far our partnership is. She's our student. Karibu sana.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, from where my colleague has stopped, I just would like us to pause a little bit and ask yourself a question so that at least we can understand at the end of it why ICA Lion is here. Allow me to just go through as it's been projected. This question is for you to think widely. Who knows someone who does not earn much, but always seems to have enough money for their needs and never seems to be in debt? Again, who knows a person who earns very well, but is always in debt and has many money worries and stresses? Let's ask again. Who knows someone who buys things they don't need to impress people they don't like with money they don't even have? And do you have a financial goal that you have packed somewhere, or you have initiated and then it's stalled? Do your expenses increase when you get a pay rise? Let's think about it. Is your current loan financing consumer goods? Are you carrying assets or are you carrying liabilities? Do your expenses exceed your income, or your income exceeds your expenses? Just ponder on that question, because different things matter to different people in different seasons. Which is your season? Which is that thing that matters to you most? Is it your family? Is it your children's education? Is it your home, like home ownership? Is it your health? Is it your retirement? Because one day we all retire. Is it your employees? In your life, just think of 3 things that matter most to you. Just 3 things that matter to you now. The key important things. 3 things that matter to you in the next 5 years. 3 things that matter to you in like the next 15 years to come, in the next 25 years to come. What are the key things that matter? And now also think about 3 things that will matter, because we all want to grow older in 26 years, all the way to 50 years to come from now. And with that thought, think of the current. Where is your money going? Where are you taking your money? Do you sometimes wonder, I have some money, and then all of a sudden, where did my money go? Ask yourself, where does my money go? Do I take it to religion? Is it the taxman? Is it the black tax? Extended families, do I take it all there? Is it my lifestyle, maintenance? Some of us live a higher lifestyle that I can afford. Is it my personal development? Is it my relationships? Or is it to my savings and investments? For that, we have 3 types of savings, and it is important to save. And as ICA Lion, we help you as an individual, as a family, as groups, whether small or big groups, so that you're able to save the now money. We have the now money. The now money is the money that you need now for emergency cases. And you know what? You have your phone with you. If your phone broke today, you wouldn't rest until you fix it, because it is your office. That is the now money. Any kind of emergencies that runs from like 1 year to 3 years thereabout, that is the now money. And you need money that you can easily access to sort out that issue that you want to sort. That is the money that you need now. And with this, we can help you as ICA with platforms like a money market fund, that is the MMF, which is widely known, money market fund. And then we have the goal money. This is a goal-oriented saving. You're saving towards something. It could be your children education. You want them to go to a good university. That is a goal you have. You have a need to own a home. That is your goal. So that is the goal money kind of investment that you'll put in. So we can help you even plan the goals so that you can know which one comes in the short term, medium term, or even a longer term. And in this, you can have it between 5 years, you can extend it to 10 years, and you can have your car deposit, you can have your house deposit, you can have the holiday that you dream of. That is now your goal money. Then we have another type of money that is the future money. Future money, as I had said, we will all retire at some point. And that is your future money that will help you then. Because when you retire, your needs don't retire. In any case, at that time, you're not actively earning. So the money that you save now is the money that you will use then. You'll need to pay some medical bills because right now you could be covered under an insurance policy. But then it could be more expensive. You'll need to dig back into your pocket. So one language that money has is save me now, I'll save you later. So we need that money for when we retire, when our bodies cannot work more. So let me ask, why is it important to save? As I have taken you through the 3 types of goals that we have, the money types that we have, we save for emergency protection because life is unpredictable. Who predicted that COVID would come? Were you ready for it? If anything else happens, will you be ready for it? If your job stopped now, would you be ready for the next period of like 3 to 5, 6 months, the next period, because you don't know what will happen then, for you to be back on your feet? So it's good for emergency protection. It acts as your cushion. The next one you can save to prepare for your retirement. Saving early is good because now you're energetic, you're able to save for your future. Then again, when you're saving for your retirement, in the current generations that we are coming into, we won't be relying on our children like the way we were brought up, that we'll just be taking care of our parents the way they are taking care of their parents. So at that time, they'll be asking, Mami, ukujipanga, Daddy, ukujipanga. So it's good you plan for your retirement. You can avoid debt. When you save, you avoid debt so that you don't borrow. You don't borrow money that you'll not even know how to pay it back. You get financial independence. You get the freedom, financial freedom. That is wealth. And you can see our mission is to create, protect, and preserve wealth. And your wealth is important to have to be financially free. Then you reduce stress. Money brings stress. You can bear me witness. When I have money, I have stress. How do I use it so that it can make more money for me? When I don't have, how will my children school? How will I pay my bills? So money brings stress. But when you have it, it's the best stress because you already have it. You have sorted whatever that you have. It's just moving forward. So I insist, it's good to save. Another thing, it helps you achieve your life goals. Goals, the immediate goals, the short-term goals, the medium-term goals, and the long-term goals. Like for a child going to university, if you decide to save for that child, that's a long-term goal. And with that, allow me to just mention some few principles on how you can achieve your financial freedom before I leave here. You can write down your financial goals, very clear goals. Then you start saving now. Don't postpone it. Get in control of your cash. How do you do that? You create budgets and you stick to the budgets. Most of us just go to the supermarket and they just buy. Some of us are impulse buyers. If you get to know your personality, you'll know, how do I do shopping? So when you stick to your budget, it will help you. Then if you're already in debt, pay the highest, coming down to the list. And ensure your resources and assets. That's why as ICA, we also deal with trust, as my colleague had said, Lillian, with trust. So ensure your assets, ensure your resources. And with that said, thank you so much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Esther, for that. In Kenya, we say seeing is believing. So this is our balance sheet. You can see how we compare in relation to the other players in the industry. As I had earlier mentioned, we are at 182 billion, and this is in the public domain. You can get this from Insurance Regulatory Authority website. Yes. So this means that we are liquid enough to pay off our obligation. Having said that, our tent is just right here. You can come and we have that personal engagement where we will find out where you are and help you plan for your future. Thank you so much for this opportunity. We appreciate.
Thank you so much, ICEA Lion Group, for that wonderful presentation. I'm sure we've been enlightened on matters, finances, and insurance. Haya, allow me to move to the next presenter, who are our academia alumni. We have moderator Lawrence Macau, who is logged in online, and we have Mr. John Kahoro with us physically here. They are presenting on bridging academia and industry, cultivating leadership and innovation for sustainable futures in the age of AI. Welcome, John. Welcome, moderator Lawrence.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. To the members present, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, with me is Mr. Wanjoy. And Dr. Omonti. Unfortunately, he could not join us because of some commitments at his job place, and also Dr. Aden Dero. So we are going to take you through our panel discussion about building academia and industry, cultivating leadership and innovation for sustainable futures in the age of the AI. So I'll be with my colleague in the alumni, Mr. John Kahoro, who is present with you. And without much ado, we'll be brief to give some insights on how the academia and the industry can be bridged together as one, and how we can as well cultivate leadership and innovation, which is sustainable at the end of the AI. So to start with, Mr. Wanjoy, I would like you to explain to us, how do you think academia and industry can collaborate effectively to prepare the students for leadership in the AI-driven future?
Thank you, Mr. Macau. Good afternoon. The Vice Chancellor, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Senior Research Fellow, the Executive Dean, Professor Washington Okeo, other leaders of the faculty and ICA Insurance. Have they left? Didian and Esther? Oh, okay. I just wanted to say something about the insurance company of East Africa who have done a presentation here. I had a policy with them for about 16 years. They should be here to listen.
Wanjoy, we can go on.
Thank you. Hi, Esther. I just wanted to say something about your insurance company of East Africa. I was your customer for 16 years. You gave me a policy when I was working with the airline catering company at the airport. And I don't know, I didn't have issues with your policy, and I just wanted to thank you. I'm one of your customer for 16 years. Asante sana. My name's John Wanjohi. I'm a hotelier by profession, having worked up to the level of a general manager. When I was shopping for a university where I can improve my skills, I met the Management University of Africa. That was in 2015. I did my undergraduate studies, and then I proceeded on to do my master's. I am a proud alumni of Management University of Africa, and this year I was elected as the organizing secretary of the board. Having said that, what I do currently is I'm helping organizations in operational excellence. Operational excellence is a way that we look at things in the organization to help them in efficiency. Let me go to the topic for today, bridging academia, industry, cultivating leadership, innovation for sustainable futures in the age of artificial intelligence. This theme is both timely and urgent. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living in a world where artificial intelligence is transforming every sector, from healthcare to finance, from education to hospitality. Maybe I can say something about hospitality because that's where I belong. In the hospitality, artificial intelligence is enabling personalized experiences through data analysis. The hospitality industry is automating interactions with chatbots and visual assistants and optimizing operations. Through predictable analysis for pricing, staffing, and energy management. In the hospitality industry, we are using artificial intelligence, and it is also enhancing security and facilitates countless check-ins and check-out in the hotel. Let me go to the question now, how academia and industry collaborates effectively to prepare students for leadership in the AI-driven future. Innovation happens faster when theory meets practice. The subjects that we are currently dealing with in the artificial intelligence are like machine learning, natural language processing, computer vision, robotics, expert systems, and data science. Mathematics, especially linear algebra, calculus, and probability, and data shells and programming. These are the subjects that we are dealing with when we talk about artificial intelligence. These subjects provide theoretical underpinnings and practical tools for creating intelligent systems that can learn, reason, interact with the world. Academia brings deep research and theoretical knowledge, while industry, where we belong, provides practical application and evolving market needs. You realize that the key is to create designed curricula, internship, joint research labs, and mentorship programs where students can test ideas in real-world contexts. You will agree with me that by integrating technical skills with leadership development, we prepare graduates who are not only employable, but also adaptable in the AI era. If we look at some information which is available right now, the state of data and artificial intelligence literacy report in 2025 indicates that 69% of leaders believe that artificial intelligence literacy is important for their teams in the daily works at the workplace, daily tasks in the workplace. Professionals in all types of industries are using generative AI tools like ChatGPT, Midjourney, and Gemini to change their workflows in the organizations that they belong. As such, the art and science of artificial intelligence are more relevant today than ever before. That's why we said that cultivating leadership and innovation for sustainable futures in the age of AI are both timely and urgent. Thank you, Macau.
Thank you, Mr. Wanjoy, for that. I would also like you to explain to us what could be or what are the current challenges which hinder the academic and industry partnership in the AI age, and what do you think we can do to overcome that?
Come again, sir?
Can you explain to us what are the challenges which currently hinder the which currently hinder the academic and industry partnership in the age of AI, and what do you think we can do to overcome them? That is, how do you think we can do to overcome those challenges?
Thank you for that question. Let me say to start with that artificial intelligence will not replace leaders, but leaders who embrace artificial intelligence will replace those who don't. So academia industry partnership in the artificial intelligence age, we'll have to overcome the problems that are there, but artificial intelligence will not replace leaders in the workplace. But leaders who embrace AI will replace those who don't. When academic institutions focus on knowledge generation, like what the Management University of Africa is doing, long-term research, and intellectual explorations, industry, where we belong, prioritizes short-term, profit-driven solutions and product development. In organizations, you'll find that you have a department of research and development. That is what most organizations invest in, so that they can improve their bottom line and top line. So they are more into product development and profitability, while academic institutions focus on knowledge generation, long-term research, and intellectual exploration. How do we tackle those challenges? Let me talk about three things. Number one, let me look at the technical challenges in between academia and industry. Adopting artificial intelligence technologies comes with a host of technical challenges that organizations must address to ensure successful implementation. Number two, we also have challenges within the organizations. Beyond technical hurdles, organizations also face significant internal challenges when adopting artificial intelligence technologies. This revolve around the workforce skills. We have a problem with the workforce skills because artificial intelligence has just hit the market. We also have cultural resistance. There are people who resist change. You bring change in the organization, you say now we are adopting artificial intelligence, and then some staff will say, I don't belong here. Others will say, artificial intelligence has been brought to the company so that it can face the humans off and be taken over by the artificial intelligence. There is also the cost management issue, ethical and regulatory considerations. Addressing these issues is crucial for the successful integration and utilization of the artificial intelligence in organizations. Lastly, to deal with that challenge, we need a strategic approach or approaches to overcome these challenges. The complex landscape of artificial intelligence adoption, organizations need to implement strategic approaches that address the technical and organizational challenges. For example, strong data foundation, investing in skills, investing and training, are not cheap. I was trying to look at how much you can spend if you want to improve your skills on artificial intelligence. And I saw that you need about 50,000 shillings to do a course in artificial intelligence. So it is not cheap. To invest in all the staff in the organization. For example, if you have about 10 people in the organization, and you need to take them to add skills of artificial intelligence, you need to invest a hefty amount of money. So what students need to do is to slowly by slowly start adapting the AI courses so that by the time they graduate and you come to the interview table, we'll be looking at your papers of the degree that you have done. And then on the side, we will ask you, since we are in the artificial intelligence era, what have you done for yourself for career, personal development journey? So fostering a culture of innovation and creating clear AI adoption roadmap. Those challenges are there. And in conclusion with this, the journey of successful adoption of artificial intelligence is filled with both opportunities and challenges. For the practical benefits of the artificial intelligence are immense, including decision-making, increased efficiency, and innovative solutions. Organizations must integrate a complex landscape and technical organization handles to realize these advantages. These challenges that we are talking about are also barriers, which are misaligned priorities. As we said here before, academia focuses on long-term knowledge, while industry is looking for quick solutions. We also have a challenge of bureaucracy, limited funding, lack of mutual trust, and also slow progress. Overcoming these challenges between industry and academia requires dialogue platforms. We need to put platforms where there can be dialogue between academia and industry, which are flexible collaboration models and shared incentives such as grants, co-published work, and industry-sponsored PhD programs. The challenges are there, but if we create a platform where we are able to look at those challenges together, then we can be able to deal with the challenges that come in between industry and academia as far as the challenges of artificial intelligence are concerned. Thank you for that question, Mr. Makau.
Thank you, Mr. Wanjoy. And last but not the least, can you tell us how you think we can balance the technological advancements with the ethical concerns which are in leadership and also the innovations in the AI age?
Thank you for that question. Ladies and gentlemen, let me say that technology is only as powerful as the values that guide it. Technology is only as powerful as the values that guide it. The ethical concerns in leadership and innovation during this artificial intelligence era, whether you want to become a data scientist, a machine learning engineer, or an AI researcher, or even simply you want to be an artificial intelligence enthusiast, the pace of change in artificial intelligence accelerates, often outpacing our ability to fully address its ethical implications. This challenge has taken a newfound urgency. During the World Economic Forum annual meeting of new champions, young global leaders like the ones seated here explored how they are grappling with the tension between innovation and ethics in their workplace. They shed light on what it takes to responsibly steer the course of artificial intelligence progress in the age of rapid and transformative change. This offered a glimpse into the complex landscape of ethical leadership in the 21st century. That was a workshop that was done during the World Economic Forum annual meeting of new champions of 2024. Young global leaders like the ones seated here explored how they are grappling with the tension between innovation and ethics in their workplace. Let's say that we need to define ethical principles in the era of artificial intelligence. When we define ethical principles, then we will not have a problem with the advancement with ethical concerns in leadership and innovation. We also need to conduct ethical risk assessments. If we conduct ethical risk assessments in the organization, how we are integrating the artificial intelligence and the industry, then we'll have answers that can help us sort out that problem. We also need to look at implementing data governance. Data governance both in the organizations, if also the academia can guide in data governance, that will help us bridge that gap. If we are in the organizations and we are talking about the question of ethical concerns in leadership and innovation, we have to lead by example. The industry leaders have to lead by example. It begins at the top. The ethical gap and the innovation intelligence. So the team leaders that are in the industry will have to lead from the front. Another point is that we need to encourage dialogue in the organizations about artificial intelligence. It cannot remain hidden under the table. We have to bring it on the surface and encourage dialogue about artificial intelligence and ethical behavior. Organizations can go forward and also reward ethical behavior in the era of artificial intelligence. We need to look at that issue deeply and look at how we can reward people with ethical behavior in this era of artificial intelligence. We need to also increase transparency in the organizations. If we increase transparency, the balance between technological advancement with ethical concerns, leadership and innovation will be easy. There's a question organizations need to address. Job displacements. Job displacements in the era of artificial intelligence is real. And I know students who are in the university, they are looking at that as a hindrance for them to get jobs when they graduate. You should not worry. Adopt artificial intelligence courses that will help you get integrated in the organizations that you are looking jobs for. What I can say to the students who are seated here today, stay adaptable to the changes happening in the world. And I repeat, stay adaptable to the changes that are happening in the world, including artificial intelligence. The technology we are talking about should serve humanity, not the other way around. Artificial intelligence has been developed to serve humanity, but not for humanity to serve artificial intelligence. Leaders must ensure that ethics, sustainability, and inclusivity are embedded in every stage of artificial intelligence development. This is very critical. Leaders must ensure that ethics, stability, and inclusivity are embedded in every stage of the development of artificial intelligence in their organizations. This includes teaching students about data privacy, algorithmic bias, and environmental impacts alongside technical training. There's a job that also the colleges need to undertake. They have to teach students about data, privacy, and environmental impacts alongside the technical training. Ladies and gentlemen, please note that innovation without ethics is a short-term win, but a long-term loss. So if you are in high speed in innovation without ethics, that will breed a short-term win, but in the long run, there will be a loss. So leaders in the industry must ask themselves tough questions. As we conclude this discussion, one truth stands out clearly. The age of artificial intelligence is not about machines. It is about people. Technology alone will not guarantee progress. Even if we innovate and use artificial intelligence, technology alone will not guarantee progress. It is leadership, innovation, and collaboration that will determine whether artificial intelligence becomes a force for good. Universities like Management University of Africa and industries must continue to break down silos and concrete solutions that serve society. When research meets real-world application, when innovation is guided by ethics, and when leadership is grounded in sustainability, we can shape an artificial intelligence future that leaves no one behind. The task ahead is very clear as we merge academia and industry. Let us not only prepare graduates for jobs of today, but also for the challenges of tomorrow. In the lecture rooms, we are not going to prepare graduates for the jobs of today. We are also going to have a discussion with students about the challenges of tomorrow. As we continue pushing for the learning that the students are doing, we will also be taking them some steps ahead so that we open the space of the challenges that they may meet in future when they come out in the market. Together, academia and industry can cultivate leaders who will drive innovation, protect our planet, and ensure that the promise of artificial intelligence leads to a more just, sustainable, and prosperous future for all. On the future of work, let me close by saying the best leaders of tomorrow will be those who can align human intelligence with artificial intelligence for the common good. I think I've answered the last question. And thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to be here in the 12th conference. Asante sana.
Thank you, Mr. Wanjoy. I believe you have been able to conclusively answer the questions I had planned them. And to the members in present, allow me to say that, and through echoing the words of Mr. Wanjoy, that artificial intelligence has been developed by the human person to be a guide and to bring prosperity. That is to say, to serve us in developing sustainably. But we should not allow it to be the one which is serving us. On the other side, intelligence should also be applied within the confines of the law, whereby as we adopt it, and with echoing the words of Mr. Wanjoy, we should look at the ethical concerns which are there and ensure we work within those confines. As he has just mentioned, there is the laws which govern the use of technology. And this is to say that we should adopt it while we are still looking at the concerns in matters privacy, so that we don't get to use technology adoption to bring to public what is private. But we should use intelligence, or that is artificial intelligence, to bring forward those things which can be used by the human being to cause or to do sustainable development. As I conclude, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Lawrence Macau, the Vice Chairman of the Alumni Association of the Management University of Africa, BML class of 2016 and MML class of 2021, and an incoming PhD student. To the students available or to the students in attendance, allow me to say that it is paramount for you to consider joining the Alumni Association after the completion of your studies, because through collaboration with the university, we can be able to, one, market the university, and also to collaborate in various ways through which we can also improve the welfare of the continuing students by finding them attachments and also providing them linkages which can assist them to get employment and also to get exposure. And also for others to be able to join the teaching fraternity that is in the academia, whereby they'll also assist in the research and development. In particular, like what we have just discussed about the AI, which is a component of the 12th International Conference of the Management University of Africa. We're also having some programs which are there and which have been earmarked. One of them is to ensure we also collaborate with the university to take the welfare of those of us or those students who are in our campuses and are not able to sustain their fee payment. So we are going to do this through a collaboration with the university in the program of Save a Dream, which is earmarked sometime in October, if I'm not wrong. Among that is also to collaborate with the university and create, as I've said, linkages with the organizations within and outside, so that we can be able to market the skills and also to honor the skills which we gain from the university. Therefore, I urge you, as you graduate, please consider joining the Alumni Association so that we can be part of the dream of making the MUA a great university in Africa and beyond. Thank you for the opportunity to the organizers. We are ready and we shall be collaborating with the university in different aspects to ensure we bring forth the shining name of our alma mater. Thank you.
Any pressing questions? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Management University of Africa, for listening to me generously. Asanteni.
So thank you so much. We are going to give something to our presenter, the alumni from the alumni, and I welcome the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Dr. Kathula, to give the small present. Raise it up. Wow, let's.
To your organization, John, this is what we are giving you. This is what we are giving you, our executive pen, so that it serves also as a market in your organization. And this at MUA, we call it Mug of Excellence. It's for you, John.
Thank you very much, Daktari. I appreciate. I can assure you, you have served me with my best cup, because I like looking at operational excellence. So if this is a mug for excellence, you have just added another extra coffee on my table. Asante sana for the gifts. I really appreciate.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kathula, and thank you so much, John, for that session. And I believe it has inspired our students and our alumni out there. We will join the alumni so that we take this university forward. Let me call Lucy to give us what is next.
Yes, thank you so much, John and Macau, for the wonderful presentation. I would like to go to the next presenter. That's the last presenter, who is Simon Lenantiri, the manager, Lekuruki Community Conservancy, Northern Kenya. He's presenting on championing climate resilient natural resource management strategies for sustainable and adaptive ecosystems. I believe he's logged in with us, and karibu, Simon. Simon, if you are logged in, kindly unmute.
Simon, you are muted. Unmute.
Simon, if you are logged in, we are waiting for you. Simon. Looks like Simon is not, is logging in. Simon, we are asking you to unmute or speak to us so that we know you are there. Maybe he's having challenges. Okay.
Sorry,
We
we've been
can hear
having
you.
network challenges. I don't know whether you can hear me. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now.
So my name is Simon Jalis, one of MUA student, my in 4th year. And with me today, I will have 4 students with me, whom I will give them time to introduce themselves. But kindly give me 2 minutes just to make sure that all of them are with us, because somebody else will be presenting the document on my behalf now that I have another engagement.
Hello, my name is Sylvester, student from MUA. I'll be presenting together with Simon and Thomas.
Nicole. So, regional coordinator, just introduce yourself, please.
Hi team, I am Sakui Thomas. I'm a student at Laikipia, here at Laikipia. So I'm with Simon for the presentation. Thank you all.
So for today, I think there will be another student who will be joining us. Her name is Nancy Gitonga. I don't know whether Nancy is in the room. She can as well introduce herself.
I'm there. My name is Nancy Kitonga. I'm doing BDS. I'm a 4th year student.
Yeah, thank you. Now, team, I think you have heard that we have 4 students here. And today we'll be presenting on sustainable management practices and a green ecosystem. So as I said, I will have another engagement, and this is why I have 3 students here with me. Just to make sure that we together, I don't know whether you're seeing my screen that I've shared.
Not yet.
Okay, not yet. Gentlemen. Oh my goodness. Because now I sometimes I get what's this? Cancel. Just bear with us a few seconds. We try to share the screen so that you're able to see what we're presenting. We're having small difficulty here, but will be sorted, please. Rangeland coordinator from your end, can you be able to share the screen kindly? Sagui.
Let me try.
Anyone seeing what we've shared?
Not yet.
Not yet. My goodness. Rangeland manager, are you sharing it or not yet? I think if coordinator could share from his side, or Nancy, one of them, then we'll be able to discuss about it. You know, we have only 30 minutes to discuss the document, so I don't know. Is he calling? Or that one is a different.
Yeah, you're now sharing.
It is now okay.
It is now sharing, please.
Sakui, have you shared? Because I hear they're saying they can be able to see it. So members, so that we don't use, we don't waste a lot of time, I will have a few just minutes to discuss before I leave my colleagues to continue presenting the document and discuss it with the team present here. As I said, my name is Simon Jalis, a fourth-year student from MUA. We also work in different organizations here in northern part of Kenya. An umbrella body called Northern Rangeland Trust, which is an umbrella body that has more than 45 community conservancies forming NRT. So I'm one of the managers for one community conservancy. And as I said, the 4 students that are joined today with me, 2 of them are rangeland managers within the landscape. And the other one, the 4th one, Kitonga, is also a student, 4th year. So as we said, we're going to discuss with you what we've shared on the green ecosystem. And on the sustainable management practices and green ecosystem, as I said, and this one is mostly what we're doing in the landscape, especially in the rangelands within the northern Kenya. And being part of what we do, the 2 young managers that I've brought with me today are actually people that are involved on the rangeland activities within the ecosystem, which has a lot of biodiversity activities that they do on a daily basis. So if you can see the screen that I've shared, we're talking of green ecosystem, which is actually about the biodiversity, the clean energy, resource conservation, which we have really prioritized as communities within the northern part of Kenya. So to create this ecosystem and the green ecosystem, you need to make sure that you have a balanced framework which safeguards natural resources while promoting prosperity.
Simon, your screen is no longer there.
Madam,
Reshare, please.
Can you see it or not?
Not yet, but it was there.
You can see it from there. My goodness, it's gone already. Just put it on full screen, so that they can. How do you remove this part so that? So is it visible or not yet?
Clicked stop
Not
sharing
yet.
instead of sharing.
Please stop sharing.
Guys, on my side, I am able to share, but when I share the screen, I can't also talk. So I'm getting difficulties to unmute. When I share the screen, I'm unable to unmute. So I don't know whether I can share. Then I don't, because when I share, I don't speak. And I can't unmute the mic.
No, we are hearing you clearly, Mr. Regular Coordinator. I think if you, the one sharing it, kindly you can share the document and keep talking about the document that we're sharing, so that the other people in the room within us, the four of us, now can add inputs as you complete. So please, you can continue.
I'm saying I can able to share on my end, but I can't speak. I can't unmute the mic. So I can share on my side. You can take us through.
That's okay. Rams is here with us. Just share and then you can continue. Ramsey, you can continue.
Thank you.
I think
It's
from
now
there they
on.
can be able to see. Wonderful.
Simon, it's on.
So
You can
start from there.
continue.
Okay, we can now continue from there. I think everybody is hearing me. Hello.
Simon, if you can put it on presentation mode, that would be fantastic. Put your slides on presentation mode. That would be very good. Simon.
Okay.
Simon, you can
Simon is just
continue.
out.
Yeah, let's continue the way it is. We can interact with it. Just continue.
Okay. Okay. As I said, my name is Sylvester. Simon is just engaged. I'm just going to go through the green ecosystem, and I think Thomas is sharing, and I'm just doing some presentation. So green ecosystem, on the other hand, thrives when biodiversity, clean energy, and resource conservation are prioritized. I think if we heard just clearly when Simon was speaking on it, you heard him talking on green, on just that when biodiversity, clean energy, and resource conservation are prioritized together, sustainable practice and green ecosystem create a balanced framework that safeguard natural resources while promoting prosperity and quality of life for present and future generation. Sustainability means meeting today's needs without harming future generation. Importance of balances economic growth on social well-being and environmental health. Business and communities depend on healthy environment survival. So I will just call upon, I don't know, either Nancy is with us. Nancy, are you able to see the screen?
Hello, I'm there.
Okay, Nancy, I will just have to talk on those four about the green ecosystem, about the sustainability, which means today's future, about the importance of balanced economic growth, and our business community depend on healthy environment for survival. So I'll definitely give back to Nancy to share the next slide. Then I will share the next. I think that will help us to engage.
Okay, just give me a few minutes because I'm at to a light and then I will share. Just continue sharing. I will catch up with you.
Yeah, I think what we can do, you can send the screen to the participants so that the participants can be able to interrogate with your work. Then we can go to the next presentation. Kawino?
It's okay.
Professor, they can just give us highlights of what they do in 2 or 3 minutes.
No, they are not available because somebody is in the mud, somebody is engaged. So they can share that information for the participants.
Okay.
Thank
Thomas,
you.
I think we can go on.
Thank you so much. I think as has been guided, Simon and the team, you can share the presentation.
Kawino?
Yes, Prof.
I think let me recognize Michael Barish from Japan. I know it is at night now in Japan. So maybe Michael may be preparing to retire. Hi, Professor Michael Barish. How is Japan? You can unmute and say hi to us. Hello? Does he have audio? Professor Michael Barish from Japan. I think he may not be having audio. Yeah, you can proceed. I think Professor Michael Barish is not having an audio. So, Kawino, you can proceed if he is able to get audio and you can say hi to us. But you can proceed, Kawino.
Thank you, Prof, for that. And Mike, wherever you are in Japan, we salute you down here in Kenya. If you find time, you can say hi, but we welcome you. So I would like to, I don't know whether Evans Makasanda is here. If he's not here, I believe our next program is conference resolutions. That was the last presentation from Simon and Tim. And I wanted Makasanda to just jog us up before we listen to the conference resolution from Francis Macharia. And I would like, I don't know whether Evans is here, is not here. As Evans is coming, as Evans is coming, I have an announcement and I would like to call Sanchiro just to come and give an announcement. Very quick one. Evans is ready here to give us an icebreaker. But let us, there's an announcement, a good announcement for our students and for everyone else who is here from our Development Funds Office.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Gladys Sanchiro from the Development Fund Department. And the announcement that we have is that as our alumni said, that we will be having a Save a Dream dinner on 21st of October 2025. The Save a Dream is an initiative in the university that supports needy students. And so far, just to give a brief, is that it has so far supported 17 students since inception, and 6 students from the university will be benefiting this semester through work study program. So we do this to support the needy but bright students in the university. So this announcement is just to invite all of you to support the Save a Dream initiative on the 31st of October. So we are inviting our friends, our partners, our alumni, and everybody to partner with us to make education accessible to the needy students. So thank you so much and welcome to the dinner. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to welcome Evans to take us through.
Thank you very much. You can have a better clap for ourselves, everybody. Thank you very much for being attentive and also for everything that we've done. I don't know if DJ has something. If DJ is still looking for it, I'll request you all be upstanding and have a space between seats so that you don't have some seats limiting you. Viti isikulimit. We can stand, my dear students at the back. Tusimame wote, tuchangamke, okay? Yeah, so I know even listening to all the presentations that have been here, it's good that we boost our attentiveness. We'll just do a small bit of something to keep us attentive as we wait for also the last presentations before we proceed for lunch. Yeah, so it's a small mathematics, just mathematics ya class 1, okay? Mathematics gani mlikuwa mnafanya class 1?
1+1.
Class 2?
2+2.
Ah, wonderful. We have very good people here who know mathematics that we are doing in class 1 and kindergarten. Lakini kuna wengine hapa hawakuenda kindergarten, walienda class 1 direct, okay? So we have you covered, okay? So we will be using our hands and legs to do this mathematics, okay? Yeah, we can lift our right hand. That will be 1. That will be, let me hear it louder, that will be 1. Then your left hand will be, good. This one can't be 2. This one is also, yes, is inatoshana. 1 and 1, okay? So we will be adding.
Thank you so much, Evans. I was trying to see our former VC struggling with 8, but you made it. Thank you so much for that. And we are going to listen to our conference resolutions. We have been here 2 days, and we have spoken. And we cannot leave here without resolutions, so that we can find something that we are going to do until the next conference. So I would like to invite Francis Macharia, who is going to take us through our conference, the 12th Management University of Africa, 12th International Conference on Leadership, leadership innovation, sustainability, and AI, artificial intelligence. So he's asking me to give him 1 minute, and I would like to tell our students who are here, we appreciate your presence here. You have been with us for the 2 days. I believe that those 2 days we have gained something. And one of the things that it's important is that when you are in academia as a student or as a faculty like I am, the learning continues, it never stops. I am still learning, I've learned a lot, and I believe our students have also learned something to learn on. So attending a conference is very, very important. It's part of our journey towards the academic journey. So it's good you are here, our students, and those who have joined us online. We also appreciate you, even as we welcome Francis Macharia to give us the resolutions for our conference. Okay, even as we at the conference, personally, I have actually gained a lot, especially from Professor Wanjoy. I gained so much in terms of our university is the Management University of Africa, and with a global focus. And what I learned is that even as we focus on the globe, our Africa continent is important, and the change will come from here. That is one of the things which I learned, that it starts from education. And education, we are in education sector, and it means the change in Africa will begin from us. And I think he implied that the change will begin from a conference like this one. So that is something I learned, and I believe all of us also are inspired to do something towards the change of our Africa continent. But we as a university also expect to impact on the globe in terms of management, leadership, innovation, and sustainability. It is our responsibility to impact on the global arena as a university. And so all of us, we have a responsibility to reach out beyond Africa, first to Africa, but also beyond Africa in terms of changing, transforming our world. So that is what I learned from the conference, and I think it has been very, very fruitful for all of us who have attended, both online and both physical in this, our main campus. So The 2 days, the 2 days has been a learning for everyone of us, and I would like to just ask one more person, just one person. If you allow me, just one person. Dr. Nyaga. Just say what you have learned. Thank you for standing.
Thank you so much, Tom Kawino, for this invitation. And really, you've told me to mention what I learned from this particular conference, that sustainability, leadership, AI, it is the song of the day. And all of us, we need to advocate for the same. We need to come up with the strategies in how to embrace the AI in the universities, because we are training the future leaders. We are training people who are there for the sustainability in future. And therefore, we need to really advocate for the same. Among so many things I've learned, maybe that is one or two things I've just mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you so much. At least, Dr. Thank you. And as I said, learning is continuous. I just want to also interact with one student. Lucy, the guy behind you, is our student. I know you have learned something. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm a student and also a student leader, chairperson, Management University of Africa, Student Association.
You can tell us your name.
I'm Joseph Ombogo. Kigo is my surname. I've learned a lot, and actually a lot. I've attended both online and actual. So mostly on the Professor Wanjohis, who was mostly empowering on leadership. And we have also come to learn on that the pillars, the leadership, innovation, and the sustainability are three things which are pillars that are pushing us forward and helping us to learn more on ethics, mostly on the AI. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. That's our student leader. And we thank you for coming and joining us. I hope, Mr. Macharia, you are ready. So let us all welcome Francis Macharia to take us through the resolutions of our 12th conference. Welcome, Francis. Let's give him a clap.
Critical discussions touching on various aspects of development, aspects of innovation. Proposing to take forward from this in the history of humankind, particularly because of technological advancements. We start at the crossroads where there is convergence of technology and telecommunication and computerization. As a result, we have a lot of things and a lot of changes that are happening in various spheres of the economy. This convergence offers remarkable potential for addressing humanity, most pressing challenges, including SDGs. Remember, that's where we are, and we are 5 years to the end of implementation of SDGs. However, the trajectory of this technological revolution is not predetermined. It demands conscious, ethical steering by visionary leaders committed to responsible innovation. Remember that one of our themes was leadership. And arising from that, our first resolution touching on ethical leadership within the AI era, we are looking at education integration. Where the conference is advocating for comprehensive AI ethics. Remember, we said that AI has to be ethical, the way it is implemented, the way it is dealt with. The second one is independent oversight. We appreciate that academic institutions must establish multidisciplinary AI oversight committees to audit algorithms for bias and ensure transparency in all systems. In other words, what we are saying here in terms of ethical leadership, we will have multi-sectoral approach to ensure that AI is beneficial to us. Then we are also saying that AI has to be human-centric. Remember, one of the presenters yesterday talked about adaptive AI. And that is where I think we need to go in terms of leadership, where those who are going to use this technology or for whom this technology is made are at the center of it. Resolution number 2 on fostering responsible innovation. We are calling for, this conference is calling for collaborative research partnerships, where we are talking of promoting strategic alliances between academia, industry, public sector organizations to achieve accelerated innovation that serves the broader public good. Also, this conference is recommending prioritized funding for impact. That is, funding agencies and research institutions should prioritize grants for interdisciplinary projects, explicitly addressing AI intersection with societal benefit and environmental sustainability. Remember, today we had a discussion about the environment. And the point number 3 at the resolution 2 is that we needed to form a permanent working group, probably to begin with within our conference series. We have had conferences over time. We need to put together a group, a team or a working team that will share best practices and benchmark innovation standards across Africa and globally, ensuring improvement and knowledge transfer. In other words, our concern here is that we are not going to leave our deliberations in this room. We will take them to the next level within the university and beyond. Resolution number 3 on harnessing AI for global sustainability. Remember, one professor of history and economics talked about education for sustainability. And therefore, the AI that we are infusing in what we do must be sustainable. So we are talking about, the conference is recommending targeted AI applications, where we are endorsing the strategic deployment of adaptive AI in critical sectors, such as education, renewable energy, agribusiness, climate change, and biodiversity protection through AI-driven monitoring. Resolution number 4, we are looking at building inclusive and equitable AI ecosystems. One of the speakers here talked about inclusive AI. remember the digital divide. In terms of capacity, in terms of content development, and in terms of understanding, because I think where we are, it is about getting to know where to apply AI and its impact. So to begin with, we are saying that AI has to be used for proper purposes. And this conference says that AI recommends that AI use has to be within the law. Number two is that we must put in place, we are talking about ecosystems here, ladies and gentlemen, AI for good incubators. We recommend establishing specialized incubators, providing funding resources and mentorship to researchers and entrepreneurs for developing countries and countries in transition. Our country, I think, is a middle-lower income, is a country in transition, and we need this kind of incubators in place so that we can leverage AI in whatever we are doing. Then we are talking about the third point there is broad benefit distribution, where the conference is committing to institutions to ensure AI benefits reach all populations through comprehensive research initiatives and systematic skills transfer. Skills transfer is a critical aspect of AI. Resolution number 5, we are talking about the role of academia as a solution provider to communities, a solution provider to societies. And here we are talking about, first point, we are recommending independent research spaces, that universities must retain and maintain their role as independent critical environments for long-term non-commercial AI research, free from undue influences from any external source. That way, we will ensure or universities or higher education institutions will ensure that whatever AI solutions they have, they are free for all and they are free of any bias. Point number 2, we are talking about public communication mandate. That academic researchers have a fundamental duty to communicate AI-related findings clearly and accessibly to the public. We are talking about demystification here. We are talking about communicating AI research in a language that people can understand, so that this complex technology can be used to empower and inform the population. Point number 3, under that we are talking about intellectual humility, that we pledge to foster. The conference urges universities, other sector players, AI experts to foster a culture acknowledging AI's limitations and the irreplaceable value of human judgment, empathy, and ethical reasoning in decision-making processes. Remember that AI systems are as intelligent as the people who created them. Yesterday, Professor Okeyo talked about efficiency and effectiveness and speed. And I think that is what AI brings to the table. And variously, we have been told that when you put into place a computer system, then there's the concept of garbage in, garbage out. So we must be careful about that. We recognize here that the government of Kenya has taken the leading role in embracing AI for the good of the citizens. As we speak, the government has already approved the AI policy strategy paper for the country from the year 2025 to the year 2030. I believe that that policy will hasten the realization of Vision 2030, given that the two policy documents will be expiring in the year 2030. In other words, here, what this one means is that the government is taking the lead and the institutions of higher learning has the leeway to implement AI, given that government has taken the lead. The integration of AI into Kenya's development strategy requires careful balance between innovation and the protection of citizen rights, economic growth and social equity, technological advancement and environmental sustainability. I see, ladies and gentlemen, you see the relationship of all these key sectors that are critical in economic development and sustainability of life. Finally, we are talking about implementation. Once we give out these resolutions, they are not just going to remain on paper. So we want to reach out to national bodies, to reach out to international organizations, academic networks, to ensure that they are put in place. And we ask this conference to mandate MUA to ensure dissemination and worldwide distribution of this document so that everyone can learn about what we have been doing here for the last 2 days. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that I rest my case. Thank you very much and congratulations for this conference.
Thank you so much, Francis Macharia, for that, the resolutions. I would like us to go to our closing session, and I would like to welcome our Vice Chancellor to do the closing session. Prof, I would like you to recognize one person there, but for the work they have done to put this together. Allow me to announce something. Thank you. An announcement here. A survey has been sent to your emails. Please just get online. Take about 2 minutes so that it will take you 2 minutes. For those who are online, a survey has been sent to your mails. Please take 2 minutes and give us the feedback. Oh, through the chat. I'm told it's in the chat. Please just chat and give us the feedback. Thank you so much. VC Karibu.
Thank you very much, Tom Kawino, and as the master of ceremony. I think there are very many people you have forgotten to recognize Kawino. And I think you will have to improve next time. We have quite a number of followers virtually. But importantly, you have not heard anybody mentioning about the media crew. If this media crew were not there, will you be streaming live Kawino? And for the last 2 days, I have not heard anybody. So I want to acknowledge the media crew, all the technical team who have worked tirelessly to ensure that the services are delivered real time. Even though Kawino had intentionally chose not to recognize you, but I take this opportunity to recognize your immense contribution. I want to ask our director, research, Dr. Angeline, to come here and say a word, because without her, this particular conference would not have been here. And I think she has been very busy behind the scenes, coordinating everything, just like a mother at home will be coordinating the food preparation in the kitchen until she's also forgotten. She may not even take the meals. So I want to invite Dr. Angie just to say hi to us and just make one speech, short one, for that case, so that even the virtual participants will be able to know this conference, who is behind it. Welcome, Dr. Angie.
Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor. It's humbling to stand before you with this great chance to speak. I want to thank you and acknowledge you as our chair of the conference committee. We appreciate your support. We appreciate your guidance and your input in making this the 12th International Conference on Management and Leadership. We want to thank everyone, and on behalf of the rest of the members, Chair, thank you very much, and we thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Angie. At least the participants have known the person behind this 12th International Conference. I want also to recognize our alumni, and I'm happy here we have some of the leadership of our alumni. Mr. Dawanjoy is here, and he has made his presentation. Thank you very much, Mr. Wanjohi. I want to recognize all our students, and I must say in this particular conference, our students have played a leading role. This is the way to go going forward. All these activities we organize in the university, we organize them on behalf of our students. So when our students take the leading role in all these activities, as a university, we feel we are moving in the right direction because we are here to mold our students to be responsible global citizens. I want also to recognize even those other students who logged in virtually all over the world. Indeed, we are happy for your participations. Some of you presented papers virtually. Some of you were here in this particular hall, and you have done well. So without much ado, I just want to close this session by making a very short speech. This is how it is, but I'm not a person of speeches, but now I have to at least make a short speech which somebody has prepared for me. So our distinguished guests, esteemed scholars, researchers, colleagues, students, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the close of this transformative international conference on leadership, innovation, sustainability, and artificial intelligence, allow me on behalf of the Management University of Africa to express our deepest gratitude and appreciation to each one of you. Over the last 2 days, we have shared knowledge, interrogated ideas, challenged assumptions, and ignited fresh thinking around the core pillars of leadership, innovation, sustainability, and artificial intelligence, all of which are shaping the future of Africa and the world at large. I am proud to say that this conference has lived up to its promise of being a platform for scholarly engagement, collaborative research, and policy dialogue. We have listened to the brilliant keynote speakers, panelists, and paper presenters who have stretched our imaginations and expanded our intellectual horizons. Your insights have demonstrated that transformational leadership, innovative solutions, sustainable development practices, and ethical use of artificial intelligence are not mutually exclusive. They must work in synergy if we are to solve the grand challenges of our time. I think that is a very important resolution among the ones which Francis has given us today. To our esteemed researchers and presenters, thank you for your dedication and contribution. You are the torchbearers of evidence-based knowledge that drives progress. I urge you
to publish your work, collaborate across borders, and continue generating knowledge that informs policy and transforms communities. To our international and local partners, thank you for your collaboration and support. Your engagement proves that meaningful partnerships can accelerate innovation, research, excellence, and global impact. To the organizing committee, reviewers, moderators, and the technical team, I commend your tireless efforts in making this event a success. Behind every great conference is a team of unsung heroes, and I think I have recognized the crew here. Those are the unsung heroes, but they are behind the success of this particular conference. And today, you deserve to be celebrated. As we close, let us remember that the ideas born here must not end here. Let this conference be a launchpad for future research, actions, advocacy. Let us nurture the networks formed, publish the findings shared, and champion the solutions proposed. In the words of Nelson Mandela, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. Let us continue to use research, innovation as a powerful tool to influence policy, transform institutions, and uplift societies. Once again, I thank you all for your participation and contribution. I wish you, those who are traveling, safe travels and continued success in your scholarly and professional pursuits. Let us meet again at the next edition of the MUA International Research Conference, which will now be stronger, bolder, and even more innovative. Thank you, and God bless you all. I'm seeing Kawino again coming. I want to close the conference, Kawino. Is there anything before we close? Oh yes, very important. We need to give thanks to Almighty. Now Kawino is telling me there is lunch for everyone. What about those who are joining virtually? How will they get their lunch, Kawino? Eh? He's saying, I think you will get e-lunch. Eh? This is a promise from Kawino. So if you do not receive your e-lunch, we will have to take it up with Kawino. But those who are here, he has promised that there is abundant lunch. Who is praying for us? Is it you as come, our student, come and close for us with a word of prayer very fast. Our students are always active. They participate in several games, football, volleyball, even table tennis, rugby. Which game do you participate in? You are a footballer. Great. So our leading footballer is closing for us with a word of prayer.
All protocols observed. Good afternoon. Good after lunch. I think now it's lunchtime. So we are just going to have a short prayer. We're going to bless our lunch. I'm humbled to stand before you. I'm the MUACU Vice Chairman. Yeah, my name's Isaac Kapande. I could like all everyone to stand as we're going to pray. Let's bow our heads as we're going to pray. Heavenly Father, thank you because of this far. Thank you because of the session, my Father, that you've given us, oh Father. Thank you because of the speakers that has teaches us this day, oh my Father. Thank you because of the listeners, oh my Father. Thank you because of everyone, my Father. As we're going to break this session, oh my Lord, my Father, may you be with us, O King of Glory. For those who are going to travel, O King of Glory, my Father, may you move with them. May you go with them, O glory. As we're going to break before our lunch, O my Father, my Lord, may you bless it, O Father. As we meet again, O King of Glory, glory shall come back unto you. Through your name, Son, and the Holy Spirit, Father, we do pray, trust, and I believe. Amen.
The conference is now officially closed until we meet next time. It was nice interacting intellectually over the last 2 days. Bye-bye.
Diploma in International Relations and Diplomacy. Kuma main grade Duda Amu. Men are Masters of Business Administration, Masters of Arts in Development Studies, Masters of Management and Leadership. Ona we ugenda gwika PhD. Courses mena sio nyingi. Mena kodhita PhD in Management and Leadership hamwe na PhD in Business Administration. Oho, nemari na professional courses ta CASNEB, French, NEG na ige nyingi. Na dukaigwe wena tena todo mare na online classes na physical classes. No Makore main campus, Kisaju off Kitengela, Kajiado Road, Nairobi campus, Bellevue, South Sea, Papa Road off Mombasa Road. Kana ohorethi mukure naba kifogo mugwaja imwe ithano ithathatu igiri imwe kifogo ithano ithatu. Email yao ne londieki@mua.ac.ke.
Roreri, hema retwa jetagwo Consolata Nyabura Githegi, de muruto wa shukuru etagwo the Management University of Africa. The Management University of Africa ni shukuru area ikoragwo Nairobi, handu hetagwo South Sea, na main branch ikoragwo Kisaju kuria Kajiado County. The Management University of Africa ni ikoragwo na program itagwo ODEL. ODEL ni Open Distance and E-Learning Program, iria ihotithagia arutwo gwikira mathomo mao o kuria guothe mangikorwo mari micii-ini, wira-ini kana kuria kungi guothe mangikorwo mari, nginya igeranio andu mekaga online. Koguo the Management University of Africa ni shukuru irakuhotithia weta muciari, weta mubiashara, weta mwana siasa, we okuria guothe ungikorwo country-ini ino ndungihota kuga ati ndungihota guthoma tondu nduri na time ya guthii irathi-ini, no uthomere haria hothe ungikorwo through the Management University of Africa. Niĩ ta Nyambura ngakena na ngetĩĩa gũkorwo ndĩ mũrutwo wa the Management University of Africa.
The Management University of Africa is where leaders are made. With cutting-edge programs, personalized mentorship, and state-of-the-art facilities, we prepare you for success. Transform your future with our May to August intake. We offer certificate courses, diploma, undergraduate, master's, or PhD, and professional courses. Enroll today.
Welcome to the Management University of Africa, where we train individuals to be great leaders in Africa and beyond.
Management University of Africa, enabling futures, impacting progress.
Are you hungry to unlock your leadership potential? Do you dream of making a lasting impact on your career? Look no further than the Management University of Africa. At Management University of Africa, we strive to ensure that all our graduates become job creators through empowering them with an entrepreneurial mindset. Whether you're a seasoned professional looking to advance in your career or a recent graduate eager to embark on your leadership journey, we've got you covered. We have a comprehensive range of undergraduate and postgraduate programs tailored for anyone aspiring to excel in management and leadership. What sets us apart? Our innovative approach to teaching. We foster an environment that combines theory with hands-on experience, allowing our students to put their newfound knowledge into practice in real-world scenarios. This practical application helps our students develop the crucial skills needed to navigate the challenges of today's fast-paced business landscape. And the best part is, you can access our programs from anywhere thanks to our flexible online and distance learning options. This means you can learn at your own pace while maintaining the quality of education. Visit our website today to explore our extensive range of programs. Remember, the future belongs to those who dare to lead.
The Management University of Africa, MUA, located in South Sea, Nairobi, is a dynamic institution dedicated to cultivating leadership, entrepreneurship, and business acumen across Africa. Established in 2011, MUA has steadily built a reputation for offering industry. The Management University of Africa, MUA, has cultivated a rich network of collaborations that amplify its mission across education, technology, and enterprise. Notable partners include the University of South Africa, UNISA, for its Doctor of Business Leadership program, University of East London, Finalizing Partnership, and Optivan Group, a leader in African real estate. MUA also works with ICDL for digital literacy certification, IIHT for tech training, and Tendershare, a digital procurement platform. Regionally, it collaborates with institutions like Jaffery Institute of Professional Studies, Mombasa, Achievers College, Embu, and Frontier Institute, Garissa, to expand access and impact. As for academic offerings, MUA provides a robust suite of programs designed to shape visionary leaders. Undergraduate degrees include the Bachelor of Commerce, with specializations in accounting, finance, and marketing, Bachelor of Management and Leadership, Bachelor of Business Information Technology, and Bachelor of Arts in Development Studies. Postgraduate options feature the MBA, Master of Management and Leadership, and PhD in Management and Leadership. The university